the immortal words of Judy Brown. Happiness is a choice. And we're happy you're spending some time with us, Chip and Zay, right here on Texas Sports Unfiltered, holding it down in the midday with my man Zay. Zay, how you doing?
I'm good, man. Can't complain at all. Thursday, feeling good, feeling great. Chip, how are you?
Oh, man, we're off the rails on a Thursday. We love that. We've always got a great show for you. Lance Taylor. And we will catch up with our man Hank South, who we did not catch up with on Tuesday as we normally do, because Hank's going 100 miles an hour, as he always is, as the MVP and managing editor at Horns 24/7. He's been writing a lot about Texas women's basketball recruiting. They picked up a couple of 5 stars.
Yeah.
Couple of 5 stars. That gets your basketball blood flowing.
Yeah, man. The more the merrier, because you got Madison Booker playing 35 minutes against James Madison. So, the more the merrier. I feel like with the style that Vic Schaefer plays, he needs a lot of players on that roster. So once March comes, they don't wear down. And this recruiting class is immaculate. I mean, Brianna Crittenton out of Colorado, she's all-time leading scorer in Colorado women's basketball. She's about 6'3", long. Kind of reminds me of Candace Parker. Not going to lie. I'm not saying she's fully Candace. I'm just saying she reminds me of Candace Parker when old Candace was coming out of Chicago and was the number 1 player in the nation and went on to Knoxville to play for Pat Summitt. Like, she has just that all-around game. She's a team player. She could pass. She could shoot a little bit. So Brianna Crittenton, she's going to fit in the Vic Schaefer system really well. And then this morning, the Kansas City native, Addison Bajorn, who's 6'1", could shoot the lights out of the ball. This white girl tough. She is tough. She is not afraid to get her nose dirty. Don't let the blonde look fool you. Don't let the Barbie look fool you by any means. Like, she wouldn't have been recruited by Vic Schaefer if she didn't have that dog in her. So, yeah, this is a really good class to go along with the gals that have already signed, and Aaliyah Sprate and Amalia Hogan. I feel like I'm pronouncing that name wrong, but that's the one that I'm excited about too. Amalia, I can't pronounce her name, but the girl that's from Cali that was the last of the Kobe girls before the late, great Kobe Bryant passed. With
the Mamba program?
Yeah. She was the youngest one on that team. And she's the last one that was a part of that team. And she's got that in her. Like, she's got that Mamba mentality too, even though she's not as rated as high as Crittenton or Bajorn. But yeah, great class by Vic Schaefer, man. This guy, he's just relatable. And when you have a really good coaching staff, Coach Lovato does a hell of a job. Blair Schaefer, Sydney Carter, and then, it's the ATX. Like, come on. He does a really good job recruiting, and he's just easy to relate to. Even though he's hard-nosed, we know he has a heart as pure as gold. So it makes players want to come to Austin and play for him. And plus, the style of play is fun too. Like,
yeah.
That's just up and down. You're running. You get a lot of freedom. He's letting girls shoot the 3 now. So I'm sure he told Brianna Crittenton and Addison Bajorn, who both could shoot the ball, hey, I'll let you shoot it, but you're going to play some D first. They're good with that. That's why they committed. So very impressive, sign day for Texas women's basketball.
Yeah, I love his offense against man defense, where they're, coming into the lane, and they do a good job of shaving it so they keep getting closer and closer to the basket, and a lot of good motion in there.
Yeah.
Last night, they put that motion on display. James Madison, who they beat like 1,000-10, is the number 4 all-time winningest program in women's college basketball.
Who would have thought? Yeah.
And Texas beat James Madison 95-56. Balanced scoring and all that good stuff.
Yeah, so it's interesting, Chip, because right now they're dealing with an injury bug. And I said on Twitter yesterday, Vic Schaefer doesn't make many mistakes, if any. But I do question, again, Madison Booker playing 35 minutes against James Madison. You know, is that necessary? I get it's early in the season. You have a brand new team. You're trying to get them accustomed to one another. You're trying to get that chemistry there. So once March comes around, if I make a no-look pass, I know my teammate's going to be there because we got that bond. I get what he's trying to do. But also with the style that he plays, it's taxing. Right when you score, you're playing full court man-to-man. It doesn't stop. You don't stop running. There's no time to really excel. You know, it's just you got to be in shape to play for Vic. But when you see Kyla Oldegger go out last night, and it was just a knee-to-knee collision, so hopefully she's back because they definitely need her when they go against Lauren Betts at UCLA next Wednesday. But Brianna Preston, she's already out. She hurt her ankle, which I don't know when that was. I wasn't in practice or wasn't in the last game. I didn't see it, but she's not playing right now. She was on crutches. That's never good last night. So you worry about her. And then Ashton Judd, who knows when she's going to come back. So when you're up by 40, get some of them walk-ons in there. Get the Sweden girl in there that's 6'6". Are they redshirting her?
Yeah, I think so.
I don't know if that's worth it at this point. Like, I don't think redshirting her, like, I don't know if that's worth it. Like, I'd rather go in the portal and try to find something. It's not like they can't recruit. It's not like they can't just go out and find someone. They're going overseas now. So this team needs bodies because now they're starting to drop like flies. And that's the only Achilles heel with this squad. Again, natty or bust with this Texas women's basketball team. So, yeah, it's kind of giving me Tom Thibodeau vibes. That's a good point. Like, I'm not BS. As good of a coach as Tom Thibodeau is, he had Jalen Brunson and Josh Hart and Mikal Bridges. It's game 62 of the year. We're in February. These guys are playing 42 minutes a night. And then you wonder, why are they running out of gas once the playoffs come around? You know, and Vic Schaefer, he trusts that they're in shape. They work their ass off. I always see those videos that the social media team puts out where they're just running the track, where Shay Hawley, she always used to come in first in those mile runs that they had to do. And, you know, you got to be in shape to play for Vic, but also there's limits here, you know, like there's still, you still got to be cautious, you know, with a player like Madison Booker, Rory Harmon, who has a ton of miles on her and injury problems from back in the day. So that's, you know, knock on wood. I hope you got to have a lot of luck to win national championships in any type of championship. So that's the only thing that concerns me. You know what I mean? They got the girl from Dublin. She barely plays. You know
Grace
what I'm saying? Yeah, that's like last night was a game she get 20 minutes. And women's basketball's not like men's basketball. You could, especially against these lower tier mid-major teams, you can get away with playing an all-guard lineup at times. Like, you could get away with it because you're just going to run whatever team you're playing out the gym. They won't be able to keep up because you're going to have their bigs trying to keep up. Yeah, you're going to give up a couple of rebounds. You're up 40. It's not that big of a deal. Like, if they get 10 points, if they win the quarter by 10, you win by 30. Boo-hoo. You know what I mean? Like, that's something to look at as the season goes on, because I'm looking at this roster. There's not many bodies. There's just Justice Carlton. She has to play more. Like, I don't know. It scares me seeing Brianna Preston in crutches, seeing Ashton Judd on the bench, seeing Kyla Oldacre go out. That worries me a little bit.
Yeah, and Ashton Judd's going to be out a while longer.
Jeez.
So they're hoping to get her back in, like, maybe by SEC play, January. So
that's tough. Like, it's not like she's used to this system. This is her first time being here, coming in as a transfer from Missouri. So Bria Cunningham, she had her best game last night, but it takes some getting used to. Kyla Oldacre, she dealt with that last year. It takes some getting used to playing Vic Schaefer's style. It's so different. It's so taxing on your body. You gotta be locked in at all times because he expects a lot out of these girls, and that's why they're good. Like, he goes out, he finds players that fit the personnel of the style he likes to play, and it works. But also what comes with that is just you might see some fatigued girls once March comes around.
Well, real quick, before we bring on Hank South, and then we'll have Lance Taylor, and of course, the executive director of the Senior Bowl, Drew Fabianich. I want to bootleg this audio from Steve Sarkisian. So yesterday we played the audio of him on the SEC coaches call saying, I'm not going anywhere. And he went on, a pretty good sized rant, kind of recounting all of Texas's success in his 5 years. So today on his Zoom availability, he was asked who that message was for. And Steve Sarkisian said,
it's for everybody. For me, the thing about yesterday was this, okay? Like, at the end of the day, I've got a locker room full of players who give me everything they have every day. And the last thing I want to be is for them to feel as though what people are saying about me outside of our building serving as a distraction for them and or their families. But also I wanted to say that for Longhorn Nation, because I don't want anybody here to feel like, boy, Sark's, window shopping and maybe he's trying to go. I'm not trying to go anywhere. And I think it's also for some of our opponents that, hey, I'm not going anywhere, stay out of our locker room. And maybe for some of the pundits out there that don't cover me, they cover our program on a regular basis, so that they can understand that they can't just take their trash out and then have a thought to think that Texas is going to have a job opening. So, I don't know, think about something else when you're taking your trash out.
Think about something else when you're taking your trash out.
Oh, man. Why is Desmond catching all these strays?
Because he was taking his trash out and had a thought. We bring in Hank South, MVP, managing editor of Horns 24/7. Hankster, how you doing?
What's up? Can you guys hear me okay?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
hey,
cool.
Hank, a brother can't have a thought, Hank, a former Heisman Trophy winner that should be in the know on one of the biggest college shows out there. Why can't he be a credible source? Come on, man. We calling them Joe Blow and stuff. Come on. What's going on?
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, Diana Rossini took a lot of flack too. So, I mean, it's only fair. I guess Desmond Howard gets a lot of flack for putting it out. Yeah. I mean, Steve Sarkisian did not mince his words today with his response there. That was, I think, the most notable takeaway from his press conference. Think about something else when you're taking your trash out. So I'm with you though. Desmond Howard's free to say what he wants, but he's also, he also has
don't fall for Zay's BS.
He's got to get the backlash too when maybe he's, he riles up Steve Sarkisian.
Hey, all I know is
fan base.
All I know is Desmond Howard is tight with Miami Dolphins owner Stephen Ross, the single biggest benefactor at the University of Michigan in the school's history. The business school is named after Stephen Ross. And I'm sure he's looking at Sark with those quarterbacks that he's worked with, Tua Tagovailoa, Quinn Ewers. But hey, that is what it is. Steve Sarkisian has said, I'm not going anywhere. Hank, we got a lot going on. I mean, you've been covering everything. Great job. From the signings of Crittenden and Bjorn with the Texas women's basketball program, Texas football. What's your take on everything that's, Steve Sarkisian yesterday preemptively going on the SEC coaches teleconference and saying, I want to talk about something, and then, saying I'm not going anywhere. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, he kind of has to, right? I mean, he mentioned it today in his call. It's like, we're in a period now where we're less than 14 days away from National Signing Day. Texas has a top 10 class committed right now. They're about to host their biggest recruiting weekend of the season. These recruits see stuff. They're on social media. They're seeing the pundits and their takes. I'm sure they've all seen the Desmond Howard stuff. Like he has to address that. If he truly does feel like he's not, if he truly believes he's not going anywhere, or that's what he means. He needs to get out in front of it and say it. And he said it to the team as well, I guess. And because right now, not only are you trying to hang on to your high school commitments, you got other schools, whether they're directly contacting Texas players or representation is directly contacting Texas players, trying to poach these guys, saying, hey, look, now you got two, pretty reputable reporters coming out and saying, there's something to this with the Sark and the coaching rumors. He has to get out in front and say it. Otherwise, there's 2 weekends, maybe a kid committed to Texas can go look at another school, if he's feeling things are shaky about Sark's future status. So, he had to get out in front and say it. I'm not surprised to hear him, kind of double down today, talk about, there are, I think someone, David Eckert of the Statesman asked him about tampering. He said, for sure, like there's for sure schools trying to tamper with this roster. And, it happened last year too, guys want to come get Colin Simmons his last year. I'm sure, despite the drops, people want Ryan Wingo. There's schools that would take these guys, and then other guys that aren't playing that, maybe, hey, you didn't play your freshman season at Texas, come play here, and we'll give you this much money. I thought another big thing from Sark's press conference was that he had Michael Huff talk to the team today and say, hey, I did all this at Texas, and the first Thorpe Award winner here was a top 10 draft pick, won a national championship, and I redshirted my freshman season. And so that gets lost today in the, what can you do for me right now kind of era we're living in. So, Sark had to do that. He had to make that statement just to preserve this class, to, keep this roster intact. And I'm sure they're getting questions from recruits' parents and players' parents about, what's going on. So, easier just to when you have a microphone in front of you to put it all out there.
Yeah. Well, Hank, as you mentioned, this is a big recruiting weekend for Texas. Talk about why it's such a big weekend. Who's going to be on campus? Which guys are already committed at other schools that Sark and this coaching staff are trying to flip? And what's going down with the Hogs coming into town?
Yeah, it's huge. I mean, if you just look at the season as a whole, they really haven't had a chance to host a big visitors weekend since Sam Houston on September 20th. So it's like almost the entire season, right? They had the Vanderbilt game, but 11 a.m. kicks are notoriously difficult to get kids out because not only, they have games Friday night. Sometimes they're in other parts of the country. They have Saturday morning stuff, obligations, and just trying to find a flight to Austin to get to campus on time to even, take in the atmosphere and everything you want to take in on a recruiting visit is difficult. So with a 2:30 kick against Arkansas, this gives them kind of their last big opportunity to host recruits before signing day. Guys will have time to get to campus, even if they have games Friday night, there's plenty of time to wake up Saturday morning, get on a flight or few hour drive down to Austin. And so, there's several big names that are taking officials, and Texas doesn't love to host official visitors during the season, but sometimes you have to when you have a guy you like on a senior eval. The only time to host him on an official visit is during the season now, with the signing day getting moved up to early December. So handful of guys. I think that the most notable ones are the LSU guys that are committed to LSU. Richard Anderson, 5-star defensive lineman, 6'3", 340 pounds, doesn't play like it. He does play like it, but you wouldn't know he was carrying 340 pounds. He's pretty nimble for that size. So, they just lost Dylan Berryman, kind of a mutual parting of ways there. So there's certainly another spot for the taking at that defensive line. And Richard Anderson seems to be top of the list in terms of guys they want to bring in. And then his LSU commit, his mutual LSU commit, Bryson Martinez, the offensive tackle, top 100 offensive tackle, a kid that plays tight end as well. And they use him on offense. A really athletic kid, big kid from the state of Louisiana. He's taking an official visit to Texas this weekend. So in terms of most notable, those guys, but also don't want to discount other guys that they've recently offered, like Stanford offensive line commit, Caden Scher from Georgetown up the road. He's going to be on campus this weekend, a kid that's rated as an interior lineman, probably can play tackle, maybe arms aren't as long as maybe you want, but certainly a guy that can play that interior spot, really strong. Also maybe future center as well, really cerebral kid. And then his teammate Jet Walker, Minnesota running back commit, Texas is making a move for late. And that one's really interesting because he just committed to Minnesota like 2.5 weeks ago. And now Texas comes calling. So, you kind of feel like that's more of a when, not if. He's going to be part of this Texas class. 6'2", big running back, kind of a north-south runner, one of those goal line backs you can just hand the ball to down in the red zone, and he does the rest. So I'm leaving off some other guys, but those are kind of the most notable guys. I think another one worth mentioning is Josiah Vilmael. He's a 3-star cornerback that they recently offered. He was committed to Oklahoma State earlier this year. He's decommitted, and he says Texas is his front runner. It's like K-State, Arizona State, some other Big 12 schools that are in the running. But I think that's one of Texas, wants to take him and add him to the secondary, big body cornerback. I think he's going to be in this class as well. So, we could be sitting here on Sunday with a handful of new Texas commits joining this class as Texas tries to wrap things up.
Yeah, the tight end.
Yeah,
Lord.
I didn't even mention him.
Yeah, Charlie Gillick?
Yeah, Charlie Gillick. That was interesting. Yeah.
He's from my hometown.
Okay.
He played at Portage Central, or he's at Portage Central High School, but that's like a suburb of Kalamazoo, Michigan. So I actually know guys my age who know him, because he's a stud there. So
yeah,
Charlie Gillick.
Get more insight on him then. Yeah, Texas made a move. We weren't sure. I think early September, I think the outlook of this tight end room looked really promising. Texas had 5 tight ends. They were playing pretty well. We saw, Jack Indries have a standout performance against San Jose State. Since then, I think I wrote the other day, I feel like you can count tight end receptions on probably just 2 hands in terms of the entire offense. And some of them have been drops. Jordan Washington had that bad drop against Georgia. He's a freshman, he's learning. But I don't know how great you feel about the room overall going into next year. There's talent, but, do they maybe want to make a move for a portal guy again? Or, assuming Jack Indries comes back for his last year of eligibility, we'll see. But they did want to go out and get a high school tight end, which I'm not sure was always the plan, had they been feeling maybe better about this tight end room. That's just kind of my read on it. But yeah, they flipped him from Minnesota the other night. So I tweeted, what's up, CV? I tweeted Texas was taking a baseball bat to Minnesota's signing class or 2026 class last Thursday because they flipped Gillick and then they offered Jet Walker too, which I think even Minnesota probably is like okay, like is he going to come up to Minnesota or is he going to drive 15 minutes from his house to go play in Texas? So sorry Minnesota, but yeah, so Gillick tight end, that's their tight end take. Again, I'm still curious to whether they decide to take a portal kid as well, but 6'5", 230, not the highest of rank. He's ranked as an athlete, but projects as a tight end. All-state player on both sides of the ball, looks like. Linebacker as well. I think some have kind of projected him more as a linebacker as well. So versatile kid. Texas loves versatility. So yeah, Charlie Gillick, last week's commitment.
Well, I know you're on the go, but what are you seeing for Saturday's game coming off the Georgia loss?
Yeah, we just put our predictions out on Horns 24/7. I went 38-31 Texas in overtime. And you made a good point too, Chip. It's like nothing, like it's all hard. Everything they're doing is just like, it's like hard to come by. So, I think this Arkansas's every loss in the SEC, they're 0-6 in the SEC by an average of 4 points a game. So it's like, this is going to be a very competitive game. And I'm concerned about Texas's ability to stop Taylon Green, especially without Anthony Hill as your quarterback. As you reported, assuming where he's not going to play. Sark said he was questionable again today and he's limited, but it sounds like he's not going to play. That presents some challenges. And Bobby Petrino obviously is an offensive wizard. Like he's going to scheme things up. Probably looks at what they did against Georgia, where trying to get the defensive backs confused, miscommunication, open shots down the field, or just throwing it in the flats and letting your playmakers make plays. So we'll see what they draw for Texas, but I don't think it's going to be a comfortable game. I think it's probably going to be a back and forth kind of thing, and Arkansas is probably not going to go away. So I went 38-31 Texas. I think that would stick in line with kind of the theme of Arkansas's season, where they're very close. They almost they played Ole Miss close. They played Texas A&M in a 3-point game. So like they are a very capable team of upsetting Texas. So there can't be any look ahead for Texas A&M.
Well, Hankster, we appreciate it, man. We know you're going 100 miles an hour. Let's do it again next Tuesday.
Yeah, absolutely. And I saw Jose just asked that question on Zion Ely. For anyone that doesn't know, 5-star edge rusher committed to Maryland. We have not heard if he's coming in yet. He wants to. There's talk he wants to. It could be this weekend. It could be next weekend. So, we'll see if they get him in. But either way, I don't think that kid's flipping. He has apparently a $5 million NIL deal with Maryland. That could be exaggerating a little bit, but that's what we've heard. So,
wow.
Still,
it's a lot of crab cakes, man.
Yeah,
that's a lot of crab cakes.
Wow.
Hey, appreciate you, man. Keep up the
no
great
problem.
work.
Thanks, guys.
Appreciate
All right,
you.
the managing editor and MVP of Horns 24/7. Now we go to our SEC insider and prognosticator, Lance Taylor, lanceslock.com for the picks. LT, how you doing? How was SoFi last weekend out there in LA?
That experience, I mean, I can't overstate how good it was. Like, I think anybody, you don't have to be a football fan, just and I'm not a big technology guy, but it was an experience. And being a Rams fan, just having like Rams stuff everywhere and all the different pro shops. I mean, it was a kid in a candy store. But the viewing experience, having Sunday Ticket on their entire video ribbon and just everywhere throughout the stadium, and just every premium cocktail and beer you could imagine, and just foods from all over. It was just a really, really cool time. Now, the weather absolutely sucked for the weekend in Southern California. Sunday, we got a little bit of a break. There were some parts of the stadium that are kind of open-ended. The majority of it's covered. So we were under the covered part. We never really had any rain on Sunday, but at the Coliseum on Saturday for Iowa USC, it pissed cold rain all day. My traveling party, we got up to the curb and they were like, we're not going. They dropped me off and they went to the Ritz to watch games at the bar. So I went to the Coliseum solo, And halftime, I had to tap out. I was too soft. Couldn't handle it.
Well, what did you think? What did you think of that game?
I mean, SC is so different at home than they are on the road. And just Jane Maev, I pulled his numbers today. Listen to these home versus road numbers. And one of the reasons I unfortunately like the Oregon Ducks this week. Maeva at home is 6-0. He's completing 75% of his passes, 14 touchdowns, only 2 interceptions, and he averages 293 passing yards per game. On the road, 2-2 is the record, 56%, almost 20% lower on completion percentage, only 4 touchdowns to 4 picks, 277 yards per. So it's like night and day. The offense just doesn't click when it's not in the Coliseum. And, I think the conditions are going to be mid-50s, maybe a little rain at Autzen this week. Very difficult place to play. They've already lost 1 game there this year to Indiana. I don't think they drop a second. It's one of the reasons I like Oregon minus 9.5.
Yeah. How do you feel about Lincoln Riley here in year 3?
They're better. And their defense, although it hasn't been up against world beaters, it's been, if I'm just going back, Nebraska, Northwestern, and Iowa. They've only given up 3 points in the second half of those 3 games. So the defense has played a lot better, but again, not really record-setting offenses they've been going against. From what I have heard, this is probably going to be, a lot of things could happen, the lowest moment or the least amount of talent they're going to have over the next couple of years. So I think there are some exciting things coming if Lincoln Riley is just patient and decides to stay there. I mean, they've put money into the program. They've got a good NIL. They've got renovations to the Coliseum. So it's not a bad venue anymore. It's obviously historic. I don't think kids care about that. But, he's done a C plus job, but hopefully it continues to get a little bit better. And look, if they pull the upset here, barring some kind of miracle letdown against UCLA, they're in the college football playoff. So even though this team isn't really good, and I don't think they can make any noise if they get to the postseason, it still would be a step in the right direction.
Yeah. Yeah. What'd you think of the college football playoff rankings? Texas fans saw their team kind of drop out of the off the face of the earth.
Yeah. I mean, look, I think Texas is dead and buried now, dropping 7 spots. I think Alabama, I think if they beat Auburn, based on the tie-breaking scenarios, it would take a ton for Alabama not to be in Atlanta. We've all heard this. If you play in Atlanta in the SEC championship game and lose, you're not going to be punished for that. So if Alabama beats Auburn, they should be in. I don't know how Texas can claw back in this thing. That fourth quarter was a disaster. I had Texas plus the points. That thing dropped to 5.5 before game time. I felt really good about it. I even felt good going into the fourth quarter. They were down 14-10, and they played awful. And then in the fourth quarter, they played even worse. I just thought that they were hanging around enough and something would happen in the fourth quarter. I think Texas has got problems. I think they might even have problems this weekend against Arkansas. I know that sounds crazy, but you look at this Arkansas team, it hasn't all come together. Taylon Green has been very inconsistent, but when he puts it together, he's an electrifying player. I think the crowd's going to be dead in Austin, knowing now that more than likely there is 0 chance they can get back in this thing. And let's not forget, although that Arkansas is 0-6 right now in conference play, they have yet to be beaten by double digits. So they've been in every one of these games. And it's just a dangerous game to me, looking ahead maybe to A&M. And if you drop Arkansas and you're sitting at 7-4, what are you playing for against A&M? And then could you possibly be 7-5? And then I think Sark, how emotionally he's not handling a lot of this stuff well, I think that could be a factor too.
Yeah, good point. Lance, obviously, Texas played bad, but Georgia, they're finally finding their stride and looking like the Georgia teams from old. What do you think about them and their future headed into the college football playoff?
Zay, I think they're the best team right now in the SEC. They've got the proven coach in Kirby. I think Gunnar Stockton is finally playing like, Stetson Bennett a couple of years ago. The defense, they're not going to be able to get after the quarterback like they have in the past, but I think they've really settled in. They've trailed in 7 of 8 SEC games this year, and they're 6-1 of those games. So, not only are they winning, they're winning close games. They're winning from behind. Stockton is playing at another level. Frazier's running the football exceptionally well right now. So I think it's all coming together for Georgia at the right time. And, I know A&M's undefeated, but they have taken advantage of bottom feeders. How they came back and won that game Saturday blows me away. And then for Shane Beamer to come on record and in his press conference and saying, hey, next year at this time, I'm telling you, we'll be right here in the mix for the college football playoff. Okay, I'll believe it when I see it. How do you blow a 30-3 lead? A&M's good. I don't question that. They're squarely in the college football playoff, but Georgia's a better team right now.
Yeah, that was crazy. And Kirby Smart, I love how he is like all chummy with Steve Sarkisian. He's texting him on his way to the Mississippi State game. Hey, what are you doing? And then after the game, he's, talking about how, our program's defined by physicality, and
y'all are Texas, right?
Yeah, Texas. Y'all are about checks. He's like, we validate in the fourth quarter. If some programs got players who are about checks. If you got checks and no physicality, you got nothing. I mean, Kirby's feeling it when it comes to
I don't think Kirby likes this NIL game at all. Look, Georgia's always been physical. I mean, that's just the stamp he puts on the program. I'm not going to say Texas isn't physical, though. That defense has been so good. I was really shocked the way the fourth quarter played out in that game. I just didn't get it. And I know Sark, one of the emotional points, and I'm sure you guys have talked about this. We played the clip today, and somebody asked about the expectations, and I forgot exactly how they framed the question, like, why have you guys underachieved this year, something like that. And for him to get that pissed, I mean, look, you did set up your own success. Sark has done a good job of rebuilding this program. But last year, you won games in the college football playoff. You had, the next Tebow coming out. At least everybody thought that with Arch Manning. And for you to have 3 losses right now, and look, some of those losses are acceptable. The loss to Florida is not acceptable. And, when you battle your ass off to come back and beat Kentucky and Mississippi State, that's not acceptable. Like, they have underachieved this year. And Sark's getting paid money, elite money that, what is he right now, Chip? You probably know this on the fly. 3rd, 4th, 5th highest paid coach in football.
Yeah, he's top 5.
Okay, he's top 5. So if you're top 5, the expectation should be your team should be in the college football playoff every year. So they've underachieved this year. And you can say adversity and injuries. Everybody deals with that shit.
Yeah. Yeah. Speaking of adversity, what's the vibe in Tuscaloosa this week after losing to Oklahoma? 3 turnovers. It's the worst Ty Simpson's looked all year. Your thoughts on that game and Alabama moving forward?
Yeah, I think Alabama's got problems on special teams, and I think they got problems on offense. I don't think Ty's playing as well as he was playing. They haven't had balance all year on offense. Even Hunter Yurachek told us that Alabama can't run the football on the selection committee the other night. But for Alabama, for this defense to hold Oklahoma to 212 total yards, 3 of 13 on third downs and 12 total first downs, and to lose the game at home is baffling. But when you're -3 in turnovers, that kind of stuff happens. And Alabama, this is set up for a nightmare scenario now because Alabama basically gets a week off with Eastern Illinois. Then they go to Jordan-Hare to play an Auburn team where some of the craziest stuff has happened in all of my football viewing years. Like, some people call it a pet cemetery, just like an Indian burial ground, where like the craziest bounces happen, but we've seen it year in and year out. Now, Alabama maybe reversed that on the Gravedigger play a couple of years ago on the 4th and 26 to end that game. But this is a situation now, I've seen the numbers only like 7. Alabama did not want to go in there with everything on the line because if Alabama would have beaten Oklahoma on Saturday, they're locked into the college football playoff. Now what's going to happen is Auburn's coming out with an interim coach and DJ Durkin. They're going to throw absolutely everything at Alabama. And that fan base at Jordan-Hare is going to be nuts because they're going to know that not only can they end Alabama's season, but they can also take Alabama's offseason and talking season where people are doubting Kalen DeBoer again. And that's going to hurt him on the recruiting trail because there's going to be a lot of people that are like, damn, back-to-back 9 and 3s. Like, what the hell happened here? Saban had one of those years after his first year. He had 10 and 3, and everything else was college football playoff. So Alabama fans, like a lot of fan bases, are a little unrealistic. This would be a massive, massive disappointment. It would be a disastrous loss for Kalen DeBoer. And, I think he's one of the best coaches in college football, but when you've got all that pressure, you just don't know in a rivalry game what's going to happen in that situation. Weather reports are the game's going to be in the 30s. Yeah, super cold for me. My ass will be on the couch. But that's a dangerous game. And I'm glad – I hate to say this, man. I'm glad it happened because it makes the Iron Bowl it makes it tasty. Like, I think anybody from, corner to corner, anybody watching football from Seattle to Miami, you want to watch the Iron Bowl now because a lot of people hate Alabama, and this is an opportunity to, decapitate and be done with Bama for the year. So it makes it exciting to me.
Yeah. What do you think of Missouri at OU? OU minus 7.5?
Yeah, is Purvula gonna play possibly? Like, I've heard that.
I can't seem to get a positive read on that.
Man,
Keep hearing it.
And I would say this, like Zollers, to me, it's going to be really difficult for him to be able to take that offense in there against that defense. But if Purvula, with his legs and his experience being more experienced, if he plays, and if Hardy can have half the game he had last week, they've got a fighting shot. And there's still a lot of pressure on Oklahoma. Like, Oklahoma almost went in and played loose against Alabama because maybe, I don't know, maybe they didn't believe they were going to win. That sounds stupid. I'll take that back. But I think they're going to play tighter at home against Missouri because they don't have any room for error. They lose. I mean, if Alabama can lose to Oklahoma, a top 10 team, and fall 6 spots, if Oklahoma was to lose to Missouri at home, how far do they fall? They're done with a loss. So I think there's a little pressure. Their defense is fantastic, but the offense is hot garbage right now. So I think if Missouri can go in and establish something and maybe get a turnover here or there and keep it close, then I think it puts all the pressure on Oklahoma. I think it's an interesting game, though.
Who's your Heisman front runner right now? Aaron the dog wants to know.
Man, it's like last year, I didn't want, and this is not a humble brag, but I've been a Heisman voter for the last 11, 12 years now. And I did vote Genty 1, and I had Travis Hunter 2 last year. Like, this thing would have been so wrapped up at this point last year with either one of those guys, or even Cam Ward. Your top 3 last year would have had this thing done. I think it's probably Mendoza, but, like Ty Simpson's completely dropped off. I would think Mendoza's your front runner right now. Jeremiah Love is probably the best player in college football. And if they continue to win, I mean, the problem is they're not going to have any more meaningful games before all the votes have to be turned in on Sunday or Monday of championship weekend. So I don't know how much push Love can get, but I think Love is outstanding. But I think Mendoza is probably going to win this thing.
LT, so you like Oregon minus 9.5. What about Arkansas, Texas?
Yeah, I think I would play Arkansas in this spot. Again, don't have a lot of confidence on Texas where they are right now. And it's kind of crazy how much can flip in a week because I really did like Texas last week. I thought they had every opportunity to win that game. And I don't know. It's just some weird stuff going on there right now. I do think Arkansas is going to be playing loose. I think this game means a ton for Bobby Petrino, still trying to angle his way maybe to get this job. I think Arkansas thought they might have had James Franklin, and I don't know what direction they think they're going to go now. I heard John Gruden today. Have you guys heard that?
For
Arkansas.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. I mean, that's out of nowhere. But, I still think Bobby Petrino has a shot at this job. And, if you can get a win, I think it makes it a little more digestible for a team that's lost 8 straight games. Although they're 2-8 on the year, they're plus 18 a point differential after getting destroyed at home to Notre Dame. So, again, this Arkansas team's dangerous. I just don't trust Texas. They're 1-5 their last 6 out. So I'll take almost a touchdown here, or excuse me, more than a touchdown, almost 10 points here. And I like the Hogs plus the points.
Yeah. Speaking of James Franklin, how do you feel about that move going to Virginia Tech?
I guess this is the way Franklin thought about this. Was he in the mix for Auburn? I don't know. Was he in the mix for Arkansas? Probably. But if you go to Virginia Tech, it's going to be really difficult to replicate what Frank Beamer did. But now they've got this newfound NIL money. And I guess his thought process is, okay, Rhett Lashley did it in year one. Virginia Tech does have a pretty good history, at least over the last 25 years. If I get the right NIL budget, then if I'm just the second best team in the ACC, I've got a better chance of getting to a college football playoff in that scenario than I do of taking an Arkansas or an Auburn and having to be the fourth or fifth best team in the SEC. But I think it's a great hire for Virginia Tech. I mean, look, the argument for Franklin, and it was legitimate, couldn't beat top 25 teams. Well, guess what? Virginia Tech doesn't have to play them because they're in the ACC. So, I think it works out in that regard for Franklin. I do think he's a good coach. I think he's a really good program manager. So I think it's, for what Virginia Tech could have gotten, I think it's a really good hire.
Okay, we got some, it's not a great week of games, but Pitt at Georgia Tech. Who do you like in that one?
So the Yellow Jackets can secure their first trip to the ACC championship game since 2014. We talked on y'all's show last Thursday about Pat Narduzzi, the ridiculous comments about we don't care if we lose by 100. Well, now what you got to do is you got to back it up, and you got to win these next two games against Tech and against Miami, two of your toughest games of the year. I like Pittsburgh on the road here, plus the 2.5. I really do. They're 5-1 their last 6 out against the number. They're 4-1 last 5 games they played in Bobby Dodd in Atlanta. They've got the 9th best rushing defense in college football. I think that's going to slow down Haynes King a little bit running the football. And I think Pittsburgh's got enough offense. I think they're going to go into Bobby Dodd and win the game outright.
Oof, I love it. What about BYU at Cincinnati?
I like Brennan Sorsby here. Every time I doubt Kalani Sitake and Bear Bachmeier, they bite me in the ass. But the Bearcats season is on the line here. I think they're better than advertised. I think they show up to play here. I like Cincinnati minus the points against BYU.
I love it.
Any more college games, Chip?
Yeah, SMU Louisville.
I know you don't want to hear this. I took a look at Louisville. I mean, They haven't been covering. They're 3-7 their last 10. Other side, Rhett Lashley is actually getting you to the window. They've covered 4 of their last 5. These teams statistically are almost identical. And so I guess it depends. Miller Moss, Kevin Jennings, who has the better game. I think it's going to be a really tight game, and typically in a really tight game, I'm going to take the points. So I think I would play Louisville here, but I don't feel great about it.
Louisville plus 3.5.
Yeah.
All right. Let me see. Oh, Miami. No, Miami. You're taking Miami, right? At Virginia Tech.
I mean, here's the thing. It is November, and Mario Cristobal doesn't know how to win. He forgets everything in November. So, more than likely, because the committee is propping Miami up, and the committee will get away with this bullshit of them saying, we haven't really taken a look at 8-2 Miami and 8-2 Notre Dame, the head-to-head yet. What? What? That should be like the most important criteria out there. So they haven't done that yet. So they're probably going to get away with this by Miami losing one of these 2 games, and then they don't have to worry about the argument. I hope, though, for the sake of chaos, that Miami does find a way to win these 2 games just to put it back on the committee, because I don't know how in today's world that you could have a 10-2 and a 10-2, and this 10-2 beat this one and they don't get in and the other one gets in. That would make no sense to me. I do think Notre Dame's a better team. And look, I'm an eye test guy, and I know it's not part of the criteria. It should be, especially with the people that you've got on the committee. They're football people. Their eyes should mean something. And I think eye test should be a big part of it. And I think Notre Dame right now is a team that can win the national championship. I really do.
All right, Kentucky at Vanderbilt. You think? I mean, Kentucky's getting 9.5.
Yeah, and they're playing better. I mean, Look, their defense has gotten a little bit better. They're covering right now, 4-1 their last 5 out. Defense only giving up 23 points per game. And, Kentucky's offense has found a little bit of a rhythm. And you look at Vanderbilt, I mean, that game against Auburn where they gave up 38 in overtime, there's a little vulnerability there. So I think this game could get interesting. I don't think Vanderbilt's going to lose it because I really hope not. Back to rivalry weekend. I think this rivalry weekend could be incredible because if you've got Vanderbilt going to Neyland to try to get to 10 wins with their resume, they should be in the college football playoff. So they just need to take care of business this weekend as a 10-point favorite against the Wildcats and then get everything set up for that game in Neyland.
Yeah. What are your thoughts on the Lane Kiffin situation at this point?
I mean, I think it's pretty obvious he's not. I mean, look, well, I shouldn't say that. I was going to say it's pretty obvious he's not coming back to Oxford, but he loves the attention. I thought he had really matured as a coach, but the way he's handling all this, I don't personally like it. I mean, Sark said everything, although Sark is getting way too emotional. You know, he was as definitive as you can be about staying at a place. I never thought Sark was leaving Texas. Why would you leave Texas? But the way he handled that is that's all Lane's got to do. And I know people are going to say, hey, you're going to lose leverage. Not necessarily so. I think Lane has enough power right now that he could go to the administration and say, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to go in and lock in with you guys. Terms are undisclosed. Come January 31st, whoever the highest paid coach is in college football, I want to be paid $1 more than that guy. And then I think you get a fair negotiation and you're at Ole Miss as the highest paid coach in college football, and it's a win-win. So I think if he really wanted to stay, go on and lay that down instead of having family in Baton Rouge and family in Gainesville and all of this speculation when Ole Miss is realistically in our 3 lifetimes having the best season they've ever had. And everything is still in front of them. And Chambliss is a good enough quarterback, and they've got enough balance. They can make a little noise in this college football playoff. But with all these distractions, I can't remember a team that ever had distractions that was able to bottle it, keep it all together, and go out and win a championship. So I think Lane's loving it, though. Absolutely loving it.
Yeah.
All right. What's going on over at lanceslock.com?
Coming off a 4-0 last night. We're 6-1 on the week. We're coming off another winning week last week. I mean, we're killing it. So jump on board, win with us. NFL has slowed down a little bit as compared to our 70+% clip we were on, but college football is blowing up right now. We're 2-0 this week, another winning Saturday this past Saturday, but we've got a play in the NFL tonight. We've got a play in college football. We've also got NBA action where we were 3-0, finally have a winning record in the NBA. So we're winning everywhere. Daily passes, weekly passes, monthly passes. We'll have a bowl package coming up. Free play every single day. You can monitor us. Go to lanceslock.com.
Hey, I know you're an OG Rams fan and all. How'd you feel about them black jerseys?
Okay, Zay, I'm glad you asked this because I knew the midnight rivalry was going to be released this weekend when we were going there. And so my girlfriend and her buddy, I was like, we were going to get them rivalry jerseys when we got to the stadium. The other couple ended up bailing, so it was just me and Maddie that actually went to the game. But when I got there, you see the fans walking around the rivalry jersey, and it looks okay. But when you see it on the field, when they had the end zone blacked out and they had the logo at midfield blacked out, it looked better than I thought it would. It really did. I don't like teams that traditionally have other colors that don't have black at all in their combination that bring black in, like Tennessee did, the Volunteers this past week. I didn't love it on the surface, but all in all, it didn't look bad.
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah, I tell you what, I ended up buying a black hoodie. So they got my money.
So describe SoFi to the people who've never been.
So
including
we
myself.
went in, they didn't open the gates until 2 hours before. And thank God we were running a little behind because I'm one of those weirdos. I was like, I want to get out there 4 hours before and take it all in. We got there about 2 hours and 15 minutes before kick, so we had to stand in line for 15 minutes, and they opened the door. So we go in, and it's so massive, like I felt like I was asking directions all of the time. First thing we go in, I want to get a beer. We go to scout out our seat where it is, and then I wanted to go to one of the pro shops, and they took us up to this level where it was like basically a fanfare. Where you had, so it's 5 levels. So you've got your bottom level, where, by the way, regular price tickets between the 40s were going for as much as $2,200 a ticket to this game. I got mine personally, I'll go into today because it wasn't a big number, $375 each. I was basically on the pylon down low. I felt great about my buy. But it's a crazy ass ticket because the PSLs are so much. Those people between the 40s that have season tickets, $80,000 a ticket for your PSL. Yeah.
Damn.
So they charge. But anyway, it's 5 full levels. And what's crazy is it holds roughly 70. And so I'm in that stadium and I'm like, this thing looks so much more massive than Bryant-Denny that holds 106,000 now. It's stacked up. I guess it would be the modern day Roman Coliseum, but just every amenity you could imagine. And they had a full DJ, like a DJ on like an old 64 Impala bouncing in one of the end zones. They've got a full set of cheerleaders with their DJ. Halftime was Warren G. Came out and threw out all the hits. Uncensored Warren G too. Like families out there. He did it ain't no fun if my homies can't have none. And it was like, holy hell. Like everybody's singing along, and I'm like, this is a Sunday. There's kids here. Just laid back and open. I mean, I couldn't believe it, but outstanding entertainment. I highly recommend it. Take your wallet with you, because 2 beers with tip was like $52.
It's like go to the Masters Pro Shop. You can't get out of there without spending a few $100.
Yeah, well, that's where they get you. But the Masters concessions are good. Like that's one thing. You know, the closest NFL stadium to me is Mercedes-Benz in Atlanta, and I've seen the Rams over there a couple of times, and I've even gone. I've seen randomly Taylor Swift. I've seen Metallica, and their concessions are the cheapest concessions possibly, and they keep it for all of their concerts, games, any kind of event they have there. They've got this cap pricing, which I think is pretty awesome. But LA needs to pay for that $3 billion stadium. 1-day parking pass, which I ended up taking Uber in and out because of this. What do you guys think a 1-day parking pass to the SoFi parking lot was?
Oh God, it's gonna be like $200.
$245.
Ooh, man.
Yeah, I'm just like, holy hell. Like, I don't know where, you know, and I mean, not to judge a book by its cover, but you look at a dude and you're like, man, it looks like he hadn't showered in 3 weeks. And the dude's in there and he's got a bag full of jerseys and he's got a 20-ounce beer. And I'm like, some bitch had to pay $500 for his ticket. Like, I don't know. It broke me. My Amex is beat to death.
They dug SoFi. It's a bowl in the ground, right?
I don't know about that. I mean, maybe it didn't seem like it. It's. I mean, they're building all these high-rise, residential $1 million plus places around. It's right there in Inglewood. You know, the first thing when I moved to LA in 1996, in February of '96, first place I went straight was to the Great Western Forum to see the old school Nets and the Lakers back in 1996. And Inglewood is not the nicest neighborhood. And now you've got all of these high-rise residential, but on the other side, you've got a lot of fast food and a lot of homeless. And it's kind of a weird mix. But SoFi is definitely rejuvenated, renovated. It's brought a lot of money into that area.
Is the Clippers arena right next to it?
Is what?
Clippers arena. They're new arena.
Well, I mean, I don't know where the Clippers arena is now, honestly.
I thought it was in Inglewood too.
Yeah, it might be. Because Great Western Forum, Hollywood Park, and SoFi are all right there together.
Yeah, I think they parked the blimp over there too. LT, great stuff, my man. Everybody get over to lanceslock.com for the picks. LT is killing it. Free pick every day at lanceslock.com. Let's do it again next week.
Okay, let me ask you guys one question because I know we're going to talk about it tomorrow. Where are Texas fans with Sark? I mean, he did get to a SEC championship game in year one. He did get to the college football playoff. He won multiple games there. Disappointing year. He's acting like a fool, but where are Texas fans on him?
I think they're ready to see him fix what needs fixing, but no one's jumping off the Titanic.
Not in my DMs.
They all want him fired.
Man, we have. Hey, and I used to be a coach killer, Zay. But we've gotten to a point where we do have to hit the brakes a little bit. With Franklin being fired and Brian Kelly being fired. Because I'm telling you, man, if Kalen DeBoer loses to Auburn next week, it's going to be the exact same thing. I mean, Alabama fans 2 weeks ago, everything was great, and now that they've lost this game and it comes down to a one-game situation, if they're 9-3 in back-to-back years without a college football playoff, it's going to be the same thing. I really don't want that because I think Kalen DeBoer is a hell of a coach. I think Sark's a really good coach. But we're just not patient anymore.
Oh, it's ridiculous. LT, you're the man.
Appreciate you, man.
Appreciate you, dog.
Yep. Talk to you guys soon. Enjoy the games.
All right. You too. All right. From one blockbuster guest to another, we go to the executive director of the Panini Senior Bowl, the one and only Drew Fabianich. Follow him on social media at DFabe, FABESB. Drew, how you doing?
Good. How are you fellas? Good, all right?
Oh, man.
Good.
Been a
Appreciate it.
wild and woolly week. It started with Desmond Howard taking his trash out and putting together some social media posts saying, don't be surprised if the Texas job comes open at the end of the season. And then Sark reacting. And so, yeah, it's been that coming off the heels of the 35-10 waxing in the fourth quarter at Georgia. What did you think of that game, Drew?
Do you recall what I said that Texas had to do to even be close? Do you remember?
Yeah.
Run the damn ball. They couldn't run the ball, could they?
No, they did. And he quit on it. He got panicked over. Went down 14-3. You'd think he was down 30-0.
I know. I'm just saying that you got to keep running the ball.
Yep.
You know?
Yep.
You got to keep running the ball. I mean, again, they're good enough on defense. They got weapons on offense. The offensive line is shown to be pretty young and pretty average. And, you know, I said Georgia was going to come back, you know, with a vengeance this year. And it took them a while because they're really, really young. And I think they're kind of growing as the year goes on. And they're going to be hard to beat now. They really are.
Yeah.
Because they're playing pretty good. They're playing pretty good complementary football now. They really are.
Yeah.
And again, all this other garbage as you guys talk about, you know, social media cesspool. I mean, it's all about clickbait. And I mean, I could throw out like probably 30 a day, you know, my opinions, but I choose not to because, again, that's not what you're supposed to do. You know, you're just not. And put it this way, there's a lot of guys out there that have opinions that, you know, don't know if the ball's pumped or stuffed, to be honest with you. Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess, Zay, you never heard that, huh?
Yo, that's a good one, man. I'm a coach's son, so I love those sayings and stuff like that. That's a good one.
I'm gonna give you one that an old hat gave to me, okay, when I was a young coach, right? And I said, well, what about this, coach? And he goes, tell you what. He says, in about 2 more years, you can start making some damn suggestions, right? He said, until then, just shut the F up, okay? He said, because I've forgotten more football than you'll ever know. And don't think I don't use that one right now because I do know more football than a lot of people know. So,
oh yeah, absolutely.
Oh yeah.
See, I told you, Brian. I'm just going to let it fly these days. I mean, again, I could let it fly on social media, but nope, no thanks.
Yeah.
No thanks.
Yeah. So what does the executive director of the Senior Bowl got going on right now? Week before Thanksgiving. What's the schedule like? What's the everyday routine and just what you have to go through? Because you talked about last week the agents calling you all the time and whatnot. What is life for you like as of right now?
Well, now the coaches are actually calling, which I don't mind. You know, to kind of just, you know, say, hey, you know, what do you think? And, you know, where are you going to go with this? Some of them are kind of going like, where are the invites? Because they went out at least a week to a week and a half earlier than I'm doing it. We finalized it. It's pretty much in stone right now. We're putting all the boxes together. We're putting all the letters together, you know, and you'll see when the box goes out, it's pretty damn cool. And there's a very collectible piece within that box, you know, and the players will flip out. You'll see it on social as soon as they bust it open. It's big. So right now we've just kind of went through the numbers, made sure we weren't over promising and under deliver because I don't want to over invite because I mean I know I'm going to lose probably 30%, you know, that aren't going to take the invite and aren't going to play. So I've got to cover my tail a little bit that way. So we've been working through that. We've been working through talking to the liaisons, making sure that, because we can't, here's the other piece you guys don't know. We can't invite a junior unless they've graduated. Okay. If they graduate in December, we can't invite them until after they graduate in December. If they do not graduate, we have to wait for the declaration date between January 6th and the 12th to invite them. So we're kind of combining a letter that says, these 3 guys will have spots for, when they declare, or if they, when they graduate. So there's a lot of calculations going on right now, dude. I mean, it's not easy. And there's a lot of guys I'm leaving on the street right at this moment. But once I figure out the whole junior number, then I'll rally back to these guys, which I hope they'll still be interested in coming, which I think they will be. But it's going to be like a 4-part series about filling this roster. So, day to day today, it was agents all morning. It was media all afternoon. So, and I try to put all the media, on Thursdays or Wednesdays, just because I want to spend a little bit more time just going back over players. So I know that was pretty lengthy. Sorry.
No, that's what we want.
That's the cool behind the scenes stuff that is really interesting. So how big is your staff that's evaluating the players who, to get the invitations?
Well, we've got 10 that are spread out across the country, and they're primarily doing tape work and going to games that they deem fit for, the players that we give them. We supply a list to them, which is provided by us, which we have 4 full-time people in the building here. I got 2 scouting assistants, Michael Newsom and Jackson Roby, and then my director of ops, football ops, is Jack Gilmore, and myself. We provide that list to the area scouts early in August. And like I told you, when I walked in the door, there's already 250 guys on the board. Well, at the end, there's around 600 to 800. And we split that up, send it out to the area scouts. They grade them. Then when they come back, with the grades, and we meet with them at the end of October, then we're going to cross-check their grades. I'm going to rewatch all the guys they think are draftable, right? And then I'm going to stack them vertically. Like here's the top 10 quarterbacks, and who do I want from 1 to 10? Well, if number 1, 2, and 3, are staying in, or they say no, then I'm going to 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, right? But we've got a total of 14 people actually evaluating tape, and we don't really miss that much. We may miss some of the low, division players, but now that the transfer portal's there and revenue share, there's not a lot of guys left in Division II or FBS anymore. I mean, we only identified 24 guys outside of P4 that we thought were draftable last year. Now, that's including G5s too. So, if they're good enough, they're playing at a P4 school now. They are, which is helping us. I mean, really, it narrows the field for us, and they're doing our job for us a little bit.
Yeah, good point. Drew, talk about this past weekend in college football. What did you notice? What did you see? What caught your eye?
Malachi Fields. Not a great separator, but incredibly quarterback friendly. And if people haven't figured out, Notre Dame's pretty damn good on defense. They really are. Georgia's pretty damn good on defense. And what did I say about Venerables? Yeah. Good. And pretty confused for the first 2 quarters, wasn't he?
Yeah.
So, I spent a lot of time studying it, and I kind of know what to expect sometimes. Certain players more so surprised me than really teams, to be quite honest with you. Virginia, we had the player of the week was the receiver. I'm trying to remember Trill's last name. But he had like 9 catches for like $170 last week. Little running back was really productive. Chandler Morris really been good. I mean, and to think that Virginia might have a chance to play for the ACC championship, kind of surprising. But Tony Elliott has done an incredible job. I'll tell you another one that people don't really understand or really kind of respect what's being done is Coach Brennan down at Arizona, and if I were UCLA, I'd be beating down his door tomorrow, because he's also a UCLA grad, played receiver there. So, and to win at Arizona in this age and being as isolated as they are, and they do not have a full complement of the rev share or NIL. He's doing one hell of a job. Really is.
Yeah, that's
there's a few there. Zay, was that okay?
Perfect, man.
what you look at this the Heisman Trophy front runner,
Jeremiah Love.
Jeremiah Love. Yeah, if you were a voter,
Jeremiah Love. Not even close.
You think he's the best player in college football? Yep. Most outstanding player, I should say.
He will be, depending on need, he's a top 5 pick. And there's not many running backs that are top 5 picks, So, yeah, he's special. He really is. He's
compare him to anyone?
Pardon?
You compare him to anyone?
Not really, because the only one I can say that was even kind of close to him, was probably he's a more physical Noshan Moreno. Because Noshan can make guys miss left and right too, but this guy's got some dynamic strength. And just run through side tackles and then blows your doors off. I don't know about you, but I had never seen him get caught from behind, ever. So, and then you got a back that, my God, here comes Zadavian right after him. Talk about a long day. Wonder why CJ Carr, play action works so well for Notre Dame now. I don't know. Maybe it's because the backers and safeties are stepping up.
Yeah.
But yeah, you hear talk about the quarterbacks, and you got to give credit to, the 2 Qs. Ty's played well. Fernando's played well. It's just, that back's special. He is.
Yeah. So you're a firm believer that Notre Dame can win the Natty this year with all the talent that you just described?
I'll tell you what now, they keep playing better defense every week. And adjusting from Al Golden to Chris Ash's terminology, they still, the 2 games they lost 2 pretty good football teams. If they get in, which I think they will, told you weeks ago, I think they win out. Nobody's going to beat them. They get in the home game, maybe 2. They got a chance. And the quarterback's playing at a high level too. He is for a freshman. He's really playing well.
What well, I can't ask you that. What
you asked me everything anyway.
Well, so like the Biletnikoff or the best defensive player of the year.
Ooh. I'd say, the best receiver has been hurt, and that's Jordan Tyson. He's been hurt. Jermaine at Alabama's been lights out the whole year. He's done a really, really good job. It's hard to go away from David Bailey, as a defensive player. It's hard because he's wrecking games. And then put it this way, when they chip him, Romello Heights pretty good too. They're a really good combination. They're playing off each other well. Romello Heights got a huge amount of hurries, huge, and David Bailey's got more sacks, but heck, he's got more hurries, than David Bailey. So that tells you something.
And their linebacker Jacob Rodriguez leads the nation in forced fumbles.
I think he's got like almost 20 lifetime or something like that. That's like, remember old Peanut Tillman?
Yeah.
With punching it out. That's a skill. That's something that's practiced, and it's a skill, and he's pretty damn good at it. So, yeah, I'm a believer, and I told you that, they're doing a great job, and they didn't make a lot of mistakes on guys they brought in from the portal. And like I said, it still pisses me off when they talk about the money they spent when they don't talk about how much money Oregon spends or Ohio State spends or, whatever, because their roster is a little bit below theirs. So, why not give guys credit for doing the right thing in the portal and making the right decisions? That's all I'm saying.
I hear you. Where do you think David Bailey falls in the draft?
It depends where. It depends who needs rushers early. The quarterbacks are going to screw things up like they always do, because if you need one, you're going to go reach for one. You're going to trade up for one. So then it all falls off of those guys. And, whether you're willing to wait and see if you're going to get the cue, or whether you panic and trade up and get them. Who knows? There could be 3 quarterbacks go 1, 2, 3. I don't know. And then it's the best of the rest. And it's either you're going to take a rusher, you're going to take a left tackle, or you're going to take a corner. And what's your need? That's how you'd look at it. Does the Giants take a quarterback? Maybe not. Are they going to take another rusher? They just took out Abdul Carter and they already got Thibodeau, right? So they're probably going to take a corner, or they're going to take a tackle, So you can't. I can't tell you where he's going to go, but I can tell you he's going to go in the first round. I can pretty much guarantee that. And Cassius Howell will go in the first round too.
What? You're the pro. What about the best offensive lineman?
Gosh, I'd be probably talking about underclassmen. And I don't want to force them out by me talking about them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The one that's been really impressive that's a guard is Pregnon at Oregon. He's played his way into the conversation.
Pregnon.
Yeah, he's
a guy who Texas had in for a visit.
Yeah, good player, and he's not a tackle, but he could be one of those high second round guards, which is odd. And put it this way, when we drafted Zach Martin, we drafted him later, but we also, he was an offensive tackle, and we knew he was going to play guard, but he was that valuable. So somebody might, depending on what they want, may take him there. I just don't. I don't like mentioning too many juniors, just because, again, just let's say I send an invite to a junior, and it influences them to leave. That head coach is going to be on my tail.
I got you.
I influenced them.
I'm picking up what you're putting down. You know what I'm saying?
I don't really need that.
Right. No, you don't need that. You don't need that headache. Say you got one more college question. I was going to ask a NFL question.
Yeah. So Drew, when it comes to offensive linemen, how important is versatility? And what I mean by that is just guys that you feel comfortable playing multiple positions depending on need for whatever team they go to.
Well, it's always better to have put it this way, you're more valuable if you're a center guard than a guard only or a center only. You're more valuable if you're a combination left tackle, right tackle, or right tackle, left tackle. If you're a great left tackle, that's great. Most great left tackles could go bounce over and play right in a second. Not all rights could go over and play left. So the versatility is good, because normally you're only going to take 7 offensive linemen to the game. Now you'll have 2 that are inactive, but most of the time those extra 2 are guard tackle combinations or center guard combinations. So that's how you have to look at it, is where not who's on the 53, but who goes to the game and who's active for the game. And if you're a combination guy, you're going to the game. So then you get paid. You're inactive, you don't get paid that much.
Okay. Now you also said something that makes a lot of sense that a lot of people don't understand, because you just mentioned if you're a good left tackle, it's easier to go to the right tackle spot, but it's a lot more difficult to be a right tackle and go over to the left. Why is it?
Well, because most of the time your most impactful rusher is going to be your right defensive end as your defense looking at it. So you'd be going up against the left tackle. Your fire breathers are usually there. So you got to put your most athletic guys with, great feet, great contact balance, great hands. The Joe Thomases of the world need to be a left tackle. Plus, most quarterbacks are right-handed, blind side. You want to protect the blind side more than you want to protect the front side, because when the pressure comes, at least you see it. You can step up from it or you can escape from it. You don't need as good of an athlete to play right tackle. Now, sometimes they'll flip and put the fire breather on that side, and then when they do, you're going to chip them anyway. So, there's a chess game on that piece. But, if you're going up against a lesser guy, you're probably going to get help, or they're going to slide the protection to you.
Love it.
Drew, Jack wants to know if you can say who the coaches of the Senior Bowl are going to be.
No, I can't, because it's a league mandate, and it's the teams that will not be in the playoffs will nominate coaches from within their staff, and then we will pick those with the NFL, and that'll be about a week and a half out from the game. So it will be a conglomerate of those teams that do not make the playoffs and who they recommend, and it's to develop the younger coaches or get away from just one certain coaching tree is getting all the hires, and some of the other guys, don't get any love, and they need an opportunity to maybe go from an offense coordinator to a head coach, prove to people they can head coach, or position coaches go to offensive or defensive coordinator. So we've been working with the league on that. So I can't tell you exactly who that's going to be, and I won't even know that until the teams that are mathematically eliminated from the playoffs. I will reach out to them and get their nominations, and then we will get together with the league and talk about those people, and we'll have 32 total coaches that will come from maybe 3 from the same team, maybe not, maybe 2, maybe 1. It'll be a mix.
All right, so Cowboys, Eagles, and the Eagles, I mean, with AJ Brown flapping his gums, reading his books on the sideline, there they are at 8-2. They just beat up on my Lions. The Cowboys are at 4-5. I mean, the NFC's kind of loaded right now. It looks like the Cowboys are probably SOL in terms of the playoffs this year, with getting a couple guys back. And I mean, do you see anything that gives you hope?
You never know in the NFC East. I mean, you really don't. I mean, is Washington a factor in the East?
Not right now.
Is a factor? I mean, it's
not
really
right now.
It's just Philly. I mean, and if they beat Philly, I mean, at least they're within what 2 games then? They're within
3.
2. Yeah. I mean, so there's a chance. But when you lose those early ones, it's hard to make up for them, and then you just got to hope for a little bit of help, from everybody else. And there's been times where, gosh, I can remember we were maybe 8-6 or something like that, and got in the playoffs. I mean, before it was 16 games or whatever the hell it was. It was just, 18 games or whatever. But yeah, I mean, that division's always been competitive, and it's either been really, really good or really, really average. It just has been, and there's no stopping that. But like you said, the NFC's strong. Maybe
Well,
a couple teams.
Like the NFC West, you look at the Rams are 8-2. Matt Stafford looks like he's getting younger, for crying out loud. The Seahawks, the 49ers are right there at 7-4. What do you make of that?
That's just how it works sometimes. I mean, sometimes your division's really strong and sometimes it's really poor. I mean, it just happens. I mean, Matt Stafford, it's because, Sean McVay gets the ball out of his hand and then runs the ball and does control passing. Seattle's playing really good defense, but didn't they just get their doors blown off? I mean, a week or two ago? Didn't Seattle get their doors blown off a couple weeks ago?
It was a close game against the Rams last week, but they lost. Yeah,
I think it was 2 weeks ago or something, wasn't it? I mean, I can't spend enough time watching pro ball. I mean, I'm too busy trying to catch up over the weekend with these guys. because when I see flashes, I'm always coming in on Sunday and Monday and trying to make sure that I'm not missing anybody. You know?
Yeah. Well, listen, Zay, you got one more?
Yeah. Bryce Young is having some success now in the NFL, former #1 pick. Obviously came in undersized, but we know the talent that he has coming out of that part of California, and obviously playing for Nick Saban. Your thoughts on him?
You know, if he's protected, you know, he's smart. He works through progressions. It's just hard for him to see in a congested pocket, you know, and again, if he's escaping, I mean, the game takes its toll on small people. You know, small guys wear it down. Big guys don't get any smaller, you know, and it's hard. He's a talented kid, but he hadn't been successful unless he gets the ball out of his hand fast. They seem to be doing a better job protecting, and they seem to be doing a better job at least trying to run the football, you know, and they've done a good job here and there. They did a good job against, you know, the Cowboys, didn't they? So, you know, so, I mean, he needs help, and he needs a supporting cast, and it's more so because of, you know, his size, and it's just hard for guys like that. It just is.
All right. When do the Senior Bowl invites go out?
They go out the 25th.
25th.
Yeah.
All right.
And you'll see when they pop them boxes now. They're gonna be social is gonna blow up.
I love it.
Yeah.
We'll be when we talk to you. Oh gosh, we won't talk to you next Thursday because it'll be Thanksgiving.
You will not be talking to me. No.
Happy Thanksgiving, Drew, and
Likewise,
congrats in advance on all the hard work you've put in, and we will be promoting the heck out of the Panini Senior Bowl and all the invitations when we see those hit the social media airwaves. Thanks so much. As always, happy Thanksgiving.
Don't forget, you know, you can come to the game too now. Just
I know. Zay's already making plans. We're working on.
Good.
We're gonna figure it out.
Get your tails down here. You know.
Yeah, man.
Okay. See you, brothers.
All right.
Appreciate it, Drew. See you, man.
Drew Fabianich, the executive director of the Panini Senior Bowl. That's exciting. All the invitations are going out on the 25th. So we'll be able to talk about it. What is that? Is that a Tuesday? Yeah. That's Tuesday. Oh yeah, we can talk about it.
I'm expecting Michael Taft get an invite. After that, though, as far as Texas goes, I don't know if Jalen Gilbo is going to get an invite. I don't think Jalen Gilbo had a good of a year to get an invite.
Well, that's a good topic for tomorrow, actually. Let's put that on the list.
Put that on the list.
Put that on the list. All right, let's get a couple of mentions, folks. Hey, I want to tell you. I mean, y'all know that I have tried supplement after supplement in my effort to feel my best. My wife jokes that I'm a collector of supplements. Well, no more. I have found my one and only, thanks to Humann, whose unique scientific-based formulas were born from research at the University of Texas, the UT Health Science Center. You now see the Humann logo with 2 N's on the football field at DKR. And Humann is making it easier for all of us to improve our heart health, our cardiovascular health, improve our cholesterol, as well as our metabolic health in terms of excellent blood sugar levels and weight management. And here's the cool thing, is that the labels on each Humann container spell out exactly how you're going to start promoting better cardiovascular health, better metabolic health, and better cholesterol health. Each one includes Humann's scientifically, clinically researched formulas. And when they're taken all together, you are protecting your blood vessels, promoting better blood flow, you're balancing blood sugar, and promoting healthy cholesterol, because close to half the population has elevated cholesterol levels. So, I used to take one supplement after another, but now with Humann's cholesterol and cardiovascular and metabolic health, I just combine these along with my Super Beats Heart Chews. Oh, yeah, because my Super Beats Heart Chews promote healthy blood pressure, and the turmeric chews help with anti-inflammation. So I've got everything I need. And you can too. All you got to do is go to humann.com, Humann with 2 N's.com/TSU. Use the promo code TSU, and you'll get an additional 20% off your first order. So load up because you have absolutely nothing to lose. Humann has a 90-day money-back guarantee. So, you have nothing to lose, and you have everything to gain in terms of feeling better. And that's what it's all about. That's what it's all about. You need to feel better. And speaking of feeling better, for my guys who are snoring, take advantage of this great opportunity that we have right now with the partnership that we have with the Sleep Cycle Center and Texas Sports Unfiltered. I mean, this is incredible. The Sleep Cycle Center, founded by Dr. Chad Denman, who's dedicated his life to treating sleep apnea because it killed his own father at the age of 60. You go to sleepcyclecenters.com, tell them Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you, and Dr. Chad's going to take $100 off your sleep study because he wants you to get the information. Get the sleep study. His technology it's the best technology to detect your level of sleep apnea. And he's got the best treatment options, from an oral appliance, like I have a mouth guard that holds my lower jaw open so I get that oxygen while I'm sleeping, to surgery. But don't let this opportunity go by. It's so big time. And it's going to, we're always telling you, get your heart checked, get your prostate checked, get your physical, and go to sleepcyclecenters.com and tell them Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you. And hey, I'm starving, so I'm ready for a great meal. I'm going to go to Cover 3 because it is happy hour right now from 3:30 to 6:30, 3:30 to close on Mondays. The $7 social hour menu with the firecracker shrimp, the bacon deviled eggs, the big chicken slider. I mean, the menu is unbelievable. The Chop House Burger, Texas Monthly says one of the best burgers in the state of Texas. The Sean Adams Prime Rib Sandwich. I like the au jus and the horseradish. You know what I'm saying? Parmesan fries. Come on. Great service, great drinks. Cover 3 Anderson. Cover 3 Round Rock. Don't forget about brunch on the weekends with that incredible do-it-yourself Bloody Mary bar. And hey, holiday season right around the corner. You're ready for the big screen of your dreams, surround sound, a new media room. Then it's time to call our man and great Texas Sports Unfiltered partner, Tom McKay, who founded Audiovisual Consultations 37 years ago, and he's become the man. I mean, the big screens and all your favorite restaurants in Austin were probably put up by Tom McKay, and he can do it for you too. All you got to do is call 255-8678. And here's the best part. Tom's already going to bring you the best price on big screens. So you don't need to go shopping, doing Black Friday and lugging TVs around town. Just call 255-8678. Tom and his crew are going to bring everything to you. You're busy. He's going to come in. They're going to hang that big screen like a masterpiece in a museum. You're going to love it. He's done it for BK. He's done it for me in 3 different houses in Austin. Just go or just call 255-8678, of course, area code 512, or go to avconsultations.com. All right, Zay, a couple things for the chip shot today. First and foremost, we didn't spend a whole lot of time talking about, we did talk a little bit about my man Cam Heide. Gets his first start. I got a bone to pick because I went back and watched this game, and it didn't seem to me like his teammates were looking for him very much. I know he was 6 of 9 from 3, but for crying out loud, I got a bone to pick with my man, Jordan Pope. If Jordan Pope is the point guard of this basketball team, how come he did not assist on any of those Cam Heide threes? My man, Simeon Wilcher, had 3 assists on those threes. Dalen Swain had an assist. I mean, come on. What's it going to take? Tremont Mark had an assist. One of them was just a fast break pull-up by my man Cam Heide on a defensive rebound. But Jordan Pope, he hadn't assisted my man Cam Heide. My man Cam Heide's wide open all the time. Jordan Pope's like, let me pull up. Let me go get mine. When he's going 1 of 11, for God's sake. Come on, Jordan Pope. Look for number 5. Trust in 5. What the hell?
I agree, man. Again, this is what Sean Miller wanted. He wants to put a guy that I don't think is a point guard, a guy that I don't think can play point guard at point guard. Like Sean Miller said that in his last presser. And the way that he was saying it like our man Jordan Pope is Magic Johnson. Like, we're giving you the keys, dog. This is your team.
That never needs to be said again.
That's the way Sean Miller was
acting.
Like,
I know.
This is your team. You gotta have the right energy. You gotta get everybody involved. And again, Jordan Pope, what is he gonna say? No, coach, I can't do that. Like, he's a competitor. I'm sure he believes in himself. I'm sure he does think that. Hell yeah. Like, that's what good coaching does. Good coaches give you the confidence, even though it might be fool's gold. But they at least got you hyped up and thinking that maybe you could get what they're asking for accomplished. So I'm going to give him more games to see. But, yeah, Simeon Wilcher, he makes some good plays, man. Tremont Mark, he isn't opposed to running your point either. And I'm not saying bench Jordan Pope. That is not what I'm saying. But he could play off ball. It just depends on the other guys you have on the court at the time. But, yeah, him being just a straight-up point guard that also is looking for a shot, there's going to be some ups and downs with that just because he's not comfortable doing that. So I can't blame him. Like, this is on Sean Miller. And Sean Miller, he's still learning about these guys. So
I just don't like I don't like the emphatic statements. Jordan Pope is our point guard. I'm like, hold on. Slow down.
Yeah.
Slow down.
That's good coach talk, man.
Yeah. I mean, look, he's trying to give Jordan Pope some confidence, but and look, Cam Heide, he's coming off that shoulder injury. That stroke looks good to me.
Oh, that jumper's pure.
So
that's a pure jumper. Yeah, Matt Painter, he would have stayed if you would have given them 8 threes a game. Is that too much to ask? 8 threes a game.
We need to take,
That's
we need to take 9 threes a game. Sounds about right.
I'm good with that. 9 threes a game. If they're bad shots, so what? Let it fly. Like I said yesterday.
Like Texas fans don't know what to do because they haven't seen a guy, Trey Johnson, but they haven't seen a guy with that kind of stroke in a minute. So it's been a minute. And Trey Johnson would have loved playing with Cam Heide because, Trey can get to the rack, and having a shooter like that spaces the floor. All right. So Jordan Pope, come on, man. Look for number 5. I need to see some assists from you. Going over to my man Cam Heide. All right. Steve Sarkisian today at the beginning of the show played the clip. But Steve Sarkisian was asked, who was that message that Steve Sarkisian made yesterday, I'm not going anywhere. This is our home. My wife and I just had our son here. We're here to win championships and all that. He was asked, who was that message for? And Steve Sarkisian said, it was for everybody. It was for Longhorn Nation. I don't want, he said, I don't want, people thinking I'm window shopping. He said, I got a locker room full of players who give me everything they have every day. The last thing I want to be for them is them feeling that, people are saying outside the building, serving as a distraction or for their families. He said it's also for some of our opponents that, hey, I'm not going anywhere. Stay out of our locker room, he said. And maybe, for some of the pundits out there, he said that don't cover me or cover our program on a regular basis so that they can understand. They can't just take their trash out and then have a thought and say, hey, I think that Texas is going to have a job opening. So think about something else when you're taking the trash out, he said. I thought that was funny. That was a clear reference to Desmond Howard, who we played that video earlier in the week. He's rolling his garbage can down the driveway, talking about missing his sons, who are twins. And as I look at this tennis ball in my yard, don't be surprised if the Texas job comes open at the end of the season. Huh?
Yeah.
So,
what'd you say about Des Howard yesterday? If it wasn't for that laugh, he wouldn't be shit, something like that?
no,
What'd
I
you
said
say?
his laugh is so contagious. It's so wonderful that it's great. No, it is. I mean, listen, you know what I'm talking about. On that set, he's like, it's like it's like having a laugh track. I mean, look, you have all the sitcoms, my favorite, 2.5 Men, you got the laugh track. You can hear the little applause they pipe in. Well, Desmond Howard's got a great laugh. He's like, and
laugh.
And people, it's great.
No, for somebody that has a decent laugh, I admire someone like that.
I mean, he's a, Heisman Trophy winner with a great smile. He knows people. Don't kid yourself. Like, we could talk about, Desmond's just, whatever. Desmond Howard knows he's pretty close with Miami Dolphins.
Just ain't that token brother,
No, he's not a token brother. Who the hell said that? Nobody I know. Desmond Howard.
People talk. I've been called the token brother before.
What are you talking about? Oh my God. You are a fool.
I'm just saying.
My man is a fool.
I'm just saying, man.
What
you mean? My man Desmond Howard. Yo, Texas fans are funny too. Somebody photoshopped the 91 Heisman where instead of it saying Desmond Howard, it says Joe Blow. Joe Blow, 91 Heisman. Like, damn, man. Yeah, Des.
Jack says it's a rich frat boy gets high for the first time laugh.
It's high. It's high. Yeah.
All right.
God, that's funny.
Let's get to and real quick, Michael Huff. He's getting honored. He's the 23rd in College Football Hall of Fame inductee from Texas. Huff is one of the great guys, great stories. I always joke with him. I sent him a picture today, congratulating him again. Because when he got to campus, my man Dwayne Aquina told me he could only bench 185 pounds 7 times. And now you look at Huffy, he's got the big old guns. He looks like a cover of Muscle and Fitness.
Yeah, he warms up with a $185 now.
Oh, yeah. So I said, hey, some of us remember when you were a scrawny little dude from Irving MacArthur. Congrats. And he sent back laughing emojis. So,
yeah, just all about business, low key. You know, he was never one of those guys that will get in your face, didn't do a lot of talking, just let his game do the talking.
Oh, yeah.
Was ball magnet, an absolute ball magnet. The ball would just always find him. If it was on the ground, 7 would pick it up. If it was in the air, 7 would go get that. Like, he was just always around the ball, and he led by example. Big reason why Texas won in 05, because he was just controlling a lot in that secondary, one of the best secondaries ever in college football, in my opinion, and he was the head honcho of that. So well-deserved, and in my opinion, it took too long to put him in here, to be honest.
Right.
Like, I don't know what.
20 years?
Yeah, 20 years. Come on, man.
Come on, man.
Like, right when he retired from the NFL, it should have happened. Like, he was that.
By the way, I did a terrible job of not bringing this up earlier, but it's depressing.
Oh, geez.
Texas is averaging 124.1 yards per game rushing. That's the lowest in school history.
History?
Since they started keeping stats in 1950.
Yeah, that's why Travian Wisner subdued. Like, yeah. That's not
anyway.
Good.
Let's get to the right call.
Let's get it. Before that, though, shout out to Covert BK, family owned and operated, the best in the biz. We got our Buick Encore GT there. We absolutely love that. Wife loves it. Dog Champ loves it. He loves riding dirty in the back. Got the windows down for him, and it's just a great experience. You want to take my word for how great Covert BK is? Listen to these fine folks at Covert BK.
You see Covert everywhere. It's that personal level of just feeling like it's a personal family interaction.
The customer service, it's impeccable. It's unlike anything I've ever experienced buying a car.
Over the 30 years that I've been buying cars from them, I feel like I know them and they know me.
Covert's done an amazing job of making me feel valued. If you purchase a vehicle and you want to feel like you're part of a family, join the Covert family.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. All right, Chip. So one of our favorite guys is keeping himself busy now that he's out for the rest of the season. Cam Scatterboot is now streaming like every other Gen Zer here in 2025. And Cam Scatterboot celebrated his 10,000 subscribers only in a way that Cam Scatterboot could do that.
Wait, this might be too much liquid for my shoe. All right, that's too much.
Yo, man, we got to check him for CTE right now. Like right now, we got to check him. He's not all there. He's not all there.
What was he pouring into his shoe?
Like a Monster energy drink or something of that sort. Like some type of energy drink. Just drinks it out the shoe. If you're listening on the app, Cam Scalaboo video I just showed, he's drinking energy drinks out of his shoe. He's flexing. He has his shirt off. He's munching Taco Bell, man. He's just a maniac. And this is a scary time for him because, again, all he has is football. So now that he can't play, he has all this time on his hands, and he's in rehab and stuff. So, you know, you wonder about his mental stability, and he looks fine, but again, he ain't there. Something's off about him. Like we got to check him. I hope He's doing.
Gotta have some dudes. Gotta have some dudes who are screws loose in the football.
He is it.
He's it.
He's it.
Usually you want him on defense, but it's okay
running
to have
back's an exception.
Oh yeah, running back's good too.
Running back's good too.
Just don't seek contact. Don't seek it. He's not the biggest guy.
But that's how he plays.
I know.
Like,
I know.
What?
I know. Hey, listen, Tony Dorsett went up to Earl Campbell at the Pro Bowl, their rookie seasons, and Tony was like, hey, Earl, just run out of bounds sometimes, man. Just go down. And Earl's like, can't let him have that.
Can't let him have that. Yeah.
He was going to truck him.
Yeah, I was like,
and he did truck him.
Yeah, Tony, you have your ways of getting to Canton. I have my ways of getting to Canton. I don't hate on your ways. Leave me about mine, dog. You know what I'm saying? Because
those two were the baddest brothers going, though.
They're so good.
I mean, Tony D was gliding through defenses, and Earl was just hammering through defenses. Their highlights are the best. Go check out. And remember, Tony D won the Heisman the year before Earl. He won it in 76. Earl won it in 77. And their styles, you talk about Sonic and Knuckles. They were Sonic and Knuckles before Sonic and Knuckles were like a little thing gleam in their parents' eyes.
No, Tony Dorsett was good. He was really good. Yeah, Pitt legend right there. But okay. So LeBron James, he came back the other night. First game of the season. Has been dealing with the back problem, sciatica, whatever the hell it is. And the whole narrative with Bron being out, and the Lakers, they've been doing well without him. Austin Reeves has stepped up his game. Luka looks great. Both of those guys are dominating. So the question has been, which is one of the most ridiculous things to ever hear, how is arguably the greatest basketball player to ever touch the pill gonna fit with Luka and Austin Reeves? Which is so
however he wants.
Exactly. However the hell he wants. What are we talking about here?
What are we talking about?
Like, I get that it's 23 years in, but also when it comes to this game that we call basketball, LeBron could fit in to any system, any philosophy.
He can play 1 through 5.
1 through 5, any style. So now, you know, Bron, he's petty. So now Bron's going to prove that I don't have to score to be effective. He came in his first game, Chip, and had 11 points. Wasn't spectacular, but he also had 11 assists. So there it is. Now defense is going to become more of a priority because he doesn't have to worry about scoring all the time like years past. So he'll be able to lock in defensively, lock in from a rebounding standpoint, and majority of the time, he's going to be the smartest player on the court, I say 9 out of 10 times. So the Lakers, they're in a good spot because you already have the scoring title. He don't care about scoring. It's all about winning. And when the ball needs to come to him and he needs to make something happen, he'll do that. But Austin Reeves and Luka, LeBron will be fine changing his game to make it fit those guys.
That's what he should be doing.
Yeah, that's what he should be doing. Like,
thank God. I mean, LeBron is probably ecstatic that he's got guys who can score, so he doesn't have to do it all.
Right. So it's weird that people were saying that, you know. And again, it's just one game. Like the Jazz, I don't expect the Jazz to go to the playoffs or anything. So let's not get carried away. But yeah, LeBron.
Well, everybody thinks LeBron has this massive ego, but he doesn't have a massive ego when it comes to the game. Like all the stuff he's done, sure, he wants to be appreciated. But once he's on the floor now, he's always been a great facilitator. He does whatever his team needs to win.
Yeah.
And thank God he's got guys who can carry the load offensively.
Right?
I mean, he shouldn't be having to carry the load in year 22 or whatever it is. Ridiculous.
23.
Huh?
23. We in year
23. Come on, man. Kidding me? LeBron's made of polyurethane. That dude, he don't age.
Yeah. Yeah. See, Jeannie Buss had to fire the bro today.
Tommy Boy. Hey, we should all go watch Tommy Boy tonight. That is the story of Jim Buss.
Yeah, Joey Buss. Wait, Lakers fired Joey Buss and Jesse Buss from front office. So
Is
both
Jeannie
of them,
still living on the 3rd floor and Jay Moore living on the 1st floor?
maybe. Sounds
They're
like a
still
good
together?
gig, man. Yeah. You know what I'm saying?
Jay Moore's got it made, man.
Got it made. You know me, I love me some Jeannie Buss, boy.
Oh, I
Phil
know you do.
Jackson messed that up. Like Phil
You
Jackson.
love Jeannie Buss.
Like, why would you go to New York if you're Phil Jackson and you had that pretty young thing at the crib and you already got how many rings Phil have? 3 with the Bulls, 3 with the Lakers, and then 2 more with the Lakers.
Maybe she
So,
was bored with him.
6 with the Bulls, excuse me. So
She's like, I need someone with a sense of humor. I need Jay Moore.
yeah.
I need Bob Sugar.
Yeah, but like Phil brought some things to the table, but he had to go to New York. For what? For what? Like, I get it. You were a former Knick and you won with Dave the Butcher and Walt Clyde Frazier and Willis Reed, but you ain't leaving. You shouldn't leave Jeannie Buss in LA by herself.
He missed the seasons. He missed the seasons.
It's the seasons. Like,
He's tired of
important.
77 degrees every day in the palm trees.
That's
I love palm trees.
Stupid. So stupid.
If anyone knows how to get a palm tree at a good price, let me know. Because mine died in the freeze, and I love that thing. Made me happy. I never would have left LA.
No, absolutely not. Yeah, Troy, I'm with you, man. Kate Hudson, she does her thing in that Running Point show. I like that show where she's basically Jeannie Buss.
Okay.
So it got renewed for a season 2. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
So season 1 is good?
Season 1's good. Now, you know I love Kate Hudson too, so I'm biased as hell.
Oh, yeah. You got all your favorites there.
Yeah. And Kate Hudson's out here liking her coffee black in the show. What's up, Kate? I didn't know you had that in your game, if you know what I mean. You know, I saw a lot of McConaughey movies back in the day. I never saw any movies with Taye Diggs or Terrence Howard or nothing. So it was nice to see, you know, Kate, you know, dipping her finger in the black coffee, a little something. I gotta get out of here. I'm wilding today. I gotta get out of here. I gotta get out of here. It's been a fun day. It's been a fun day.
It's a good show.
Shout out to Vic Schaefer, man. #1 recruiting class 2026.
Let's go, Vic.
Solid.
Yeah.
Cool video too, where Addison Bajan, is it Bagorn? What is it?
Bjorn.
Bjorn. What is that?
Bjorn.
French? What is that?
Swedish.
Okay, that makes sense. She looks like a Swedish girl, even though she's from Kansas City. But yeah, she like surprised Vic Schaefer and the women's basketball team. They got it on video, and she was like, "I'm home," and they all went and hugged her and stuff, announcing her commitment. I thought that was cool.
Yeah. Vic's one of a kind, man. Praise the Lord and hook 'em horns.
Praise the Lord, hook 'em horns. I appreciate y'all on this Thursday. Let's bring in the open gym fellas to keep the show going. Patrick, Matt, what's good?
What's up, guys?
You guys?
What's going on, fellas?
Just ready to hit it on a Thursday. Remember, we have a football game this weekend. I know we've kind of forgot about it this week, but remembering we got to get back to covering football again.
Yeah, and it looks like the weather's going to clear for Saturday.
It does. I mean, it's supposed to have been raining for a day now. It is still not rained in my house. I think it rained a little bit last night, but no, but so far I've seen a lot of sun. So I've been waiting.
Yeah, so that'd be good.
I don't know. I'm trying to figure out if it's going to be good or not good for it to rain. I don't know. I may want it to be
Arkansas can run it.
They can run it, but
Texas is setting the wrong kind of history in their running game.
Well, I mean, you got to run the ball more than 10 times a game to set much history.
Right?
Arkansas is a really bad defense, so I feel pretty good about it. But, it's I've lost all faith in this football team, which is something that I didn't think I was going to say this year. I was the eternal optimist on this network for 11 weeks. But here we are.
Now it's like, just cover your eyes, draw something out of a hat. Who knows? Yeah. All right, fellas, we'll get out of your way.
Later, guys.
Appreciate you guys. Welcome into Open Gym here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Myself, Patrick Davis, alongside Matt Galatzan of Texas Longhorns on SI. Text lines open 512-222-9328. And, of course, on the chat here, Facebook, Twitch, X, and on YouTube. You do have to call the run to run the ball. It is one of the rules of the run. You do have to call it to run the ball.
Well, I mean, your quarterback can scramble with it.
He can. We'll see that on Saturday, at least one way, for sure. We will see that as they like to run the football. But, yeah, I don't know, Matt. I'm a little bit it is an interesting one and look, I have not completely lost faith in this team. I've told you from the beginning, they suck on the road. They've been good at home. I have faith that they'll be good at home again. They got embarrassed in Georgia. It's not like a lot of teams do. That's not the be all end all for me. I think it was a bad game, but they looked really good against Vanderbilt a couple weeks earlier. And so I get they failed at the end of that game, but they looked really good for most of that game as well. It's just we don't know what team we're getting. I think we can get a team on either side of the ball. I'm still optimistic about this team playing decently in the last two games of the season because they're at home. They sucked on the road all season. So that was more of my point was like, oh yeah, this team doesn't travel well. And look, we got some Sark audio that will play, and there were questions about, the mental toughness maybe, or, them dealing with the outside noise of this season. And it is a piece that, I think once this coaching staff steps away from it for a minute, and once everybody steps away from it for a minute, we'll be like, yeah, there was something weird about that last season. There was something weird about that team that just never seemed to gel, just never seemed to be a really Sark's still going on you have to see some shots go in to keep making shots, which is true. And the fact they've not really been able to see that just gain the confidence, but it just feels like on the road that for whatever they've been doing, this team doesn't feel like, last year how we heard all the stories, Matt, about the culture and how everyone was talking about it so much more. And it wasn't like this team was so much better last season of the record wise, where this is a 4-loss team and that was a 1-loss team. You know what I mean? It feels as if there's this, there was so much more talk about the culture that maybe it feels like this team didn't embrace it quite as much because they were younger, because they didn't have the strife, and maybe wasn't as close of enough of a team that when you got on the road, it just started to fall apart a little bit.
Yeah. I think a lot of the issues with this team can be chalked up to youth.
Yeah.
And the coaches also have their role, which is, what we've talked about over the last couple of days. But that's why I said earlier in the week, I think that the best thing for this program, honestly, is to, get a pie to the face and not make the college football playoff. Because it really sets your priorities straight, right? It really gives you a reality check of, okay, we need to fix some stuff. And if we're going to compete at the level of Georgia and Ohio State and right now Texas A&M and some of these other teams, we need to look ourselves in the mirror and we need to make some changes in terms of personnel, in terms of coaching, in terms of preparation, in terms of whatever we need to do to get this thing back on track. And one of my buddies was texting me earlier today, and he basically said, "So how long will it be until Texas wins a national title under Sark?" I was like, "Well, that's kind of a hard question to answer because it's a lot of coaches have been in it for a long time and haven't won a national title. But I bet it'll happen in the next couple of years because I think that this team has figured out what they need to fix. It's impossible to fix it right now.
Yeah.
And they know where they need to improve.
And Woodcrest, I'll say this. I think it is a youth problem. You can have youth that are different. Like, so we can put it in that they weren't coached right or whatever else you want to throw into that. But this was just a young team that wasn't ready for it. And Georgia prepared better in their sense. I think Georgia did the thing I've complained about all week and complained about all season. I don't think they took it easy in spring on these kids. I think Sark did. That's a coaching thing. It still is something that he was used to having a more veteran team and then immediately went to a young and just didn't make that adjustment. Kirby did it a couple years ago. And so Kirby's 2 years ahead of Sark on that one because 2 years ago, Georgia had a bad season. So it is what it is. But I do think it is a youth problem. It's just that you can't allow that to continue to be a problem going forward because you're going to have young teams. And so you cannot keep having a hang up. You have to fix those problems. As Matt just said, you now have a better pathway to fix those specific issues going forward because now you have a better idea of what you're doing. Yeah, I think the NFL style approach, I think there's positives to it and there's negatives to it. And I think he will make a lot of adjustments going into this season. But we did get to see, Matt, the availability report, not as clean as you wanted it to be, but also not the worst availability report you could get. Right now, Anthony Hill is questionable and Ryan Wingo is probable. So Ryan Wingo most likely going to play in this game. You'd like to have him against an Arkansas defense, which we'll get into in a little bit, but maybe not the best tackling Arkansas, best defense you have played this season. Ryan Wingo has seemed to do pretty well against those. So you'd like to have him in that game. And as far as Anthony Hill, I'll play the clip here in a little bit of Sark talking about this, but it does feel that Anthony Hill is going to be a game time decision. Basically, in the sense of he may be holding him out and doing whatever, but he basically said in his media available today, Anthony Hill's the type of guy that he doesn't have to practice this week, and we'll still put him in the game. He's that good. He's that experienced. We're fine if he doesn't take one snap in practice and he feels like he's ready to go on game day, we'll let him go. Now, Sark also has not really been big about playing questionable players. It doesn't feel like Anthony Hill is going to be playing in this game, but it does feel as if the line of deviation for when he would or wouldn't play for this game is a lot smaller than it would be for other players.
Yeah, he strikes me as a Michael Taft type.
Yeah.
Kind of who, I mean, I don't know what the injury specifically is. Did they say what it was in the availability or no?
No, I do not believe so.
Let's say there's been a lot of thumb injuries on this team this year. Let's say it's a thumb injury. He strikes me as the kind of guy be like, yeah, just chop it. I'll be good. I can still catch. I'm fine. So he'll play if he's capable of playing. But if I'm Texas, I seriously consider just saying, no, you're not. We're good. We think we can outscore this Arkansas team without you, and we really need you to be healthy for Texas A&M. And if that's his last home football game, then that's his last home football game. It probably will be, but I don't think that he is he makes a difference in every football game that he plays. Don't get me wrong. I don't think that they need Anthony Hill to win this football game.
I don't. I think Anthony Hill might want to play, and if he wants to play, you let him play if he's healthy enough and ready to go. But yeah, I would say the odds of it happening, again, we've talked about this a lot, that questionable on a Sark injury report usually means doubtful. He's usually below. He did say, and we'll play the clip again, but he did say he'll probably be questionable again tonight. So that means that he's probably not moving downward at least. But you look, Anthony Hill's one of those guys you want to have on your team because we've said we're not sure which team is showing up, and to take one of your leaders off the field is just always a scary thing for this Texas team. That, again, we talk about the youth of this team, and we saw with when Roschon Johnson and Bijan Robinson had to really take over, and some of those guys had to take over being leaders because there wasn't leaders on the team before. And you had to have some guys start to do that a little bit more. This feels like you're in that season again, where it feels like you do have leaders, but you don't have established guys who have been there and trusted. Michael Taft's that guy. Anthony Hill is somewhat of that guy, but it doesn't feel like you've had that. So to lose an Anthony Hill, you now don't have. Now you're talking about, well, basically it's Michael Taft, and that's the guy who's leading the entire defense. There's no one in the linebacker core who's going to be that. And there's no one on the line who's necessarily been that guy this year. So I think it's big if you can have him out there. If you can't, though, if he's hurt, I agree with you. It doesn't really change my final score prediction that much.
No, it doesn't. This feels like a game that is going to be very high scoring, whether Anthony Hill plays or not. It would certainly be nice to have a freak of nature out there to help run down Taylon Green. I will say that. But I don't think the Texas offense is going to have any problems in this game. So I think that's ultimately where it's going to be won and lost. And maybe I'm being a little bit more selfish for Anthony in this particular instance. But if there's any way that you can make this injury worse, then don't play him, because he's about to be a first-round NFL draft pick, and I don't want to take that away from him because some injury gets worse, and you're going for hopefully a 9-3 season and no playoff.
No, I'm with you on that. I mean, they say it's a broken hand, so I mean, it is where the hand is broken, and everything in that world of is that put a wrap around it and you put the club on it and he's good to go, and it's really just a pain tolerance thing, or
Anthony
is
Hill
it
with a club? That would be awesome.
I mean, I don't want to see that particularly. I wouldn't want to be going one-on-one with Anthony Hill in the club, just like Michael Taft in the club. I don't want to be hit with. But if that's what the case is, I don't think they would put him out there and risk his draft stock, risk his offseason, risk any of that stuff necessarily. I do think that if Anthony Hill is a leader of this team and he's pissed off and he's like, dude, I don't want my last season at Texas to be a 4 or 5 loss season. I want to be out there on the field to make sure that doesn't happen. I could see why he would be fighting to play. And if you're going to let one of your leaders fight to play, you don't necessarily want to sit them in that scenario, unless there is a doctor going, hey, this is super risky.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. We'll see how it goes. I would trust Chip's reporting that he's probably going to be out.
I believe so. I'm with you on that, yeah.
I bet he'll push to play, and then they'll just say, nah, it's not going to happen. Either way, it is what it is. Ty Anthony, this would be a really good opportunity for Ty Anthony Smith to get some very, very meaningful. I mean, I know he plays a lot already, but Texas has always had, over the last year and a half or 2 years, or well, really 3 years, but specifically since he's been a full-time guy, they've always had Anthony Hill there to rely on. And yeah. I think it would be a very good learning opportunity for Ty Anthony Smith if he doesn't have Anthony Hill to rely on, so that the buck stops with him at that position, basically.
Yeah.
I think that would be good for him. But and I do think we're kind of at a point right now with Texas where getting a lot of snaps for these younger players really matters.
It does. I agree.
So
no, I'm with you on that. And I mean, you also figure that's what the bowl game is going to be for as well. You figure Anthony Hill ain't playing in the bowl game. So, you're going to be able to get some of those snaps in the bowl game as well. But no, I'm with you. I think you like to get them some more snaps. But again, I feel like this is one. I'm going to play the clip here in just a second. I did want to hit one other thing, though. The other side of the injury report, the only real name you see that's unexpected, David OK or whatever his name is, OKE, the defensive lineman, is a good defensive lineman. He's been out for a while. He is still listed as out for this game, so he will not be coming back. But Braylon Russell is really the only name you see on that report that is a major contributor to this team. He is their short yardage running back. So you at least take one of the guys out of there. You knock him down a little bit. If he's there, he's on the report as questionable as well. But that's the guy that is somewhat in the realm of, actually a guy who gets snaps and does help out. He's a big-bodied running back. So that's the only one for there. But going back to Anthony Hill, Sark was asked about it. We his media availability today. He was asked about Anthony Hill, where he's at, and what he feels what the other linebackers would do. So we'll talk about it. But here's what Sark had to say about the linebacker core and Anthony Hill's health.
Yeah, he's been limited. Obviously, you guys have seen he's questionable for Saturday, and he'll probably be questionable again tonight. We're kind of taking this day by day with him to see, kind of how he feels towards the end of the week. The beauty of it for Ant, he's played so much football for us, and that he can get a lot of reps done throughout a walkthrough to see if he's healthy enough to go, that the walkthrough reps, I think, can carry over into a ball game. But as far as Leonga and Ty Anthony go, those guys, again, Lion has played a ton of football for us, and he's played multiple positions for us. Ty Anthony has really come on, and I'm really proud of him of how far he's come in our program and the impact that he's had at linebacker. So we feel very comfortable with those two guys. We feel very comfortable with Trey Moore as well. So Trey Moore obviously provides a little bit more stature, I guess, if you want to call it that, at linebacker, where Lion gives us so much versatility playing multiple spots, and to Anthony gives us that speed factor that you have to have at the dime position for us. So I think between all three of those guys, we're in pretty good shape at the position if Anthony can't go.
So there was Sark talking about Anthony Hill's health and whether or not what he would do with the linebacker core. He feels good. He also throws Trey Moore's name into that group, as Trey Moore did a lot of cross-training at linebacker. Hasn't played a ton there this season, but he could be called on to play a lot more there if the situation arises that Anthony Hill doesn't play, which maybe makes you feel a little bit better there as well, to go, okay, there's three guys that we can at least believe in, not fully trust, but maybe believe in that linebacker core if Anthony Hill's out.
Look, I trust this linebacker group. I know that they didn't play great against Georgia for 60 minutes, but it's a talented group even without Anthony Hill. So, Trey Moore being back there to Anthony Smith, Leonga Lafau. I know that Leonga Lafau hasn't really continued his awesome play over the last few weeks, but he's a really good player. And he'll be back next year, and he'll be one of the top linebackers on this team. So they'll be all right there regardless. I would like to see Trey Moore get some snaps in Anthony Hill's spot, though. I think that would be really interesting. It would help his NFL draft stock a little bit if he can play multiple positions at linebacker. So, yeah, I mean, we'll see what happens. I again, Anthony Smith and Trey Moore and Leonga Lafau are more than capable of handling whatever happens on Saturday against Arkansas, I would imagine.
Sark, I normally don't play the opening of his press conferences, but there's something in this that I want to talk about. So I want to play the opening of his media availability. It's not a normal one. On the press conferences, like 3 or 4 minutes sometimes. This is only about a minute and a half. So I want to play the opening of his media availability today with everybody. But this was his leading into a day coming up on the Arkansas game. Here's what Sark led off with today at his media availability.
All righty. What a great opportunity for our team. Anytime you lose a ball game, especially on the road in a caliber game that we were in, I think it can really test your character and test your culture. And one thing that this team has shown me throughout this season is the resiliency that they possess. And this week has been no different. And I give our players and our staff a ton of credit for the way that they've come right back to work, understanding there's a lot of football left to be played. And we've got a great opportunity to be back in DKR We played here once since September. So to be back in DKR should be a great environment. And I know our team, our coaches, everybody involved in our organization is looking forward to the opportunity of playing a longstanding rival in Arkansas, team who hadn't been here in nearly 20 years. But I know how much this game means to Longhorn Nation. And so we're excited about the opportunity. I'll tell you what, our guys have been working really hard. They got great energy. They're detailed in what they're trying to get done. So looking forward to it.
So there was Sark during his opening to his media availability today. And one that I really took my notice was this is a test for their team to see if their mental toughness, and this is a test to see if they can bounce back with all the, you're no longer in the playoff hunt, you're no longer in the SEC championship hunt, you're kind of knocked out of all of that now, you lose to Georgia, you're a 3-loss team. How do you respond to that? And that to me is probably the biggest question, because if you told me this game's before the Georgia game and they're a 2-loss Texas team playing Arkansas at home, you go, okay, it's not really a problem. I think they'll be able to be up for it. I think they'll be able to show up in this game and play well. The question is, can you have the thing where, you did let the noise get in too much early in the season? It's easy to say don't let the noise get to you when you're preseason number 15. But when you're preseason number 1, you want to kind of watch that news. You want to see how good you are. You want to hear the positivity. And then it all turns sour because you let the noise in. Once the noise is in, it ain't leaving. So you've had that all season. Now you're dealing with Georgia. Now you're dealing with people asking Sark if he's leaving, and I know he'll address that. He addressed that today as well again. But you have all of that noise now around it. You have the noise of is this team an abject failure or just kind of? You have all this stuff. Can you be mentally tough enough, a team that hasn't shown that a lot this season, to show back up at your house and beat a team that you're supposed to beat and move on to the next one and say, guys, we're a better team. We know what we can do. We've beaten teams like this all season. We're better. We're at home. Let's just go out there and play football the way we know to. Or do you maybe take that film review off that you normally come in on a Friday morning and spend a little extra time doing film review? Or maybe on a Wednesday you do that extra workout, and maybe you're not going to do that this week because you're a little sad about the Georgia game. That to me is the test of what this week is really about for this Texas football team.
Well, if I know anything about Steve Sarkisian and the Texas Longhorns, it's that they typically respond pretty well to disappointment. Just this year alone, after that debacle against Florida, they came out and they took care of business very handily against a really good Oklahoma team. I think that they're going to take this Georgia loss and they're going to watch the film and they're going to say, hey guys, we have an opportunity here to really shut some people up. And we have an opportunity here to prove to people that we are a pretty good football team. And you guys don't want to be remembered as the number 1 team, the preseason number 1 team who came out and went 8-4 or 7-5. And I think that Sark's going to be able to spin that the right way. And I think he's right. This is a good opportunity for this team to learn about bouncing back. And because that Georgia loss is a lot different, I think, than the Florida one. Because the Florida one was a little bit unexpected and it was embarrassing and all those things. The Georgia loss there was so much hype built around it. And you just completely shit the bed. So this is a true character test moment for them. I think he's going to have them ready for it. So I like the approach that he's taking with it.
Another interesting piece in there that I just hadn't even really thought about a ton was the recruiting implications in this game. Another reason why this is a big game just outside of Texas, staying on the track to be a 3-loss team this season, staying in that ability to be a top 15 team at the end of the season. There's a lot of recruiting implications coming down to this weekend that you wouldn't necessarily assume would be an Arkansas game. But Sark talked about it, was asked about, with National Signing Day coming up in the portal, how important is this weekend? Here's what Sark had to say.
I would say the first is we really have to maximize this weekend. This weekend is really important for us from a recruiting standpoint. Again, I'm not trying to complain, but we didn't have a home game since September 20th. And then our first game back in DKR was an 11 a.m. kickoff the day after Halloween. And so it's very difficult for high school kids, especially if they're not within about a 3-hour radius, to drive down. And a lot of those kids, they play Friday night. They've got practice and walkthrough and meetings on Saturday mornings. And so we just didn't get a great hand dealt to us with our schedule from a recruiting standpoint. So we have really got to maximize Saturday with a 2:30 kick of bringing in visitors and unofficial visitors and really spending time from a recruiting standpoint, because in all reality, next Friday night, that's not the ideal time to have, a bunch of visitors in, because a lot of the kids we're recruiting are still in the playoffs. And so they don't get to come to games on Friday night. So we got to do a great job maximizing this weekend and then do the best we can with next Friday night. And then try to close really well recruiting, which, historically we've done pretty well at that. And then when the regular season's done, then we'll assess the roster, the portal, the direction we're trying to go in from a future standpoint of, okay, we just signed this high school class. Here's our current roster. Where do we think our needs are? And then try to figure out, okay, what do we need position specific? What style of player? We really don't know who's in the portal. And so it's hard to start to evaluate players because we really don't know yet. I think like anything, some flares are going to get thrown up throughout December of guys that you're hearing might go in. And then you try to figure out, do they fit what we're looking for?
So there was Sark speaking about the recruiting this weekend, a little bit more about the portal at the end too. And the portal is, look, we're still a ways off from that because we don't know who's in the portal yet. But yeah, we know what we're looking for and we know kind of where we're at. But recruiting day before that, I had not really thought much about the fact of how the schedule worked out is not favorable to having on-campus visits for games. That your basic only game at home so far with a real opponent, with a conference opponent, was an 11 a.m. the day after Thanksgiving. And now you're like, and then we've only got one more, and it's a Friday game after Thanksgiving. So it may not be easy for people to come out too. So you're like, there's a lot of recruits and things riding on this weekend as well of trying to show off the school. Probably not great that it's going to be raining. Hopefully the weather will cooperate to make it a little bit nicer for some of those recruits. But it definitely makes you look at it a little bit differently of what Texas needs to show in this game as well, to, for the crowd to be there and for this Texas team to respond and have a good game and make people excited about coming to Texas, because, you can't fall behind in recruiting now either.
I don't know how much, I get that it's a really important weekend.
Yeah.
I don't think that the Friday after Thanksgiving is going to be that big of a deal in terms of players being able to get there because, I know teams are still in the playoffs, but they also play on Saturdays, so they'll figure it out. But this is a very important weekend. Don't get me wrong. They need to play really well this weekend, and they need to pull out all the stops this weekend, and they need to do everything that they need to do to close this class. I think there's a couple of names out there that they're still after, but I think for the most part, this class, the 2026 class specifically, is pretty close to being done. So you close it with those guys. You're still in contention for a couple of flip candidates that maybe you can make an impression on this weekend. I'm not mad in the sense of the future building of this football team, that they aren't going to be in the playoffs on or during the transfer portal window. I think this is going to give them a really good opportunity to fill some needs and fill them with players that are elite and be able to focus on doing that rather than preparing for Miami or, Oregon or Indiana or something, Yeah. So it sets up pretty well for them for the future, which I'm not too mad about. Like I said earlier in the show, I think this is going to be good for them.
No, I'm with you. I think it was just more of an angle I had not really thought too much about because, I'm not a huge recruiting guy myself. So I wasn't necessarily on the path of, oh yeah, you do have to have official visits. And it's weird when you're gone for so long that you're kind of going to your recruits and going, well, there's 3 games at the end of the season y'all might want to come to. One's an 11 a.m. after the day after Halloween. One is a Friday after Thanksgiving. And one is a regular Saturday game at 2:30.
Yeah.
You just don't expect to you'd only have one opportunity for a Saturday game. Now, hell, Texas 5 years ago, we played every game at 11 no matter what. So it's like, it's not anything completely new. We used to be the 11 o'clock special team. So I'll deal with the problems. It's not the worst thing in the world, but it's just interesting to know. Sark also did get asked, here's the short answer to, does he believe that the coaching rumor reports are a form of other teams tampering with his recruiting? I believe I let the question in this one, or at least most of the question, just to give it a little context.
Just to clarify, were other programs using your job speculation as kind of a launching point to tamper with your roster? Was that going on?
For sure. Yes.
Yeah.
So that was Sark and his are other teams tampering with this job speculation? Yes. Which is when you want to know why that rant was yesterday, and he'll go off on it again today, and I can play that here a little bit about it. But that's one of the reasons he's mad. He's like, because I guarantee he got calls from recruits. I guarantee he got calls from parents and calls and going, hey, wait, what are you got to tell me straight. I'm going to make my decision. Are you leaving? It's like, no, I'm not. Why are you believing? Why do you believe Desmond Howard? Why do you believe in him? So he did drop the line at the end of the press conference. Hey, when you're taking out your trash, just take out your trash. Think about something else while you're taking out your trash.
Desmond Howard should have thrown himself in the trash. I fully believe this. There's so many dirty, slimy tactics in recruiting in the transfer portal.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sure Ryan Wingo and Colin Simmons and, I mean, name a guy on the roster. I'm sure he was getting phone calls like, hey, you heard Sark's leaving, right? He's leaving. Desmond Howard said he's leaving. So you better jump ship while you can in the transfer portal and come join us because we're going to win a national championship with you.
Yeah.
So now, like, he's having to battle all that stuff. And it's all because some doofus taking out his trash said something on Twitter. It's ridiculous. But that's what you have to deal with in 2025 in college football. And there needs to be a rule somewhere within the parameters of college football that if you are on a college football roster and you have not entered the transfer portal, you cannot be tampered with. Otherwise,
yeah, but that is.
I know that it's really difficult. But there has to be some way to try to minimize this because it's getting incredibly out of hand. I mean, Winston Watkins for Ole Miss has one good game against Oklahoma, and he starts getting phone calls from boosters from schools all over the country. There has to be a way to put an end to it.
Well, and you know, Sark, I won't have to play the whole thing, but Sark did mention in another comment about tampering. He was like, look, a lot of times it's a coach, you know, one of his coaches from high school who doesn't see the development, who doesn't see him practicing, who doesn't see the program and everything else that's happening and says that kid's not getting playing time. That's wrong. And then he talks to a booster somewhere else, or he talks to a school somewhere else and he puts his name out there. And then that booster goes, well, hey, I heard people at this school are making $800,000 a game. And then that guy he jumps in the portal because he hears, you know, this team needs a wide receiver and they make $800,000 a game. And then he gets there and then they go, I don't know who told you that. Like, we're looking for one wide receiver. We're going to pay him, you know, we're going to give him a bulk sum, about $400,000 for the receiver. That's what we have open right now. They go, well, I left. I was making 500. Well, I shouldn't have left. But now you're in the portal. What are you going to do? And that just happens too often in this game. And it's a lot of teams are guilty of it. A lot of boosters are guilty of it. A lot of assistant coaches are guilty of it. I don't know how many head coaches are. I think head coaches look the other way a lot of times from this happening. But the tampering on it it's so hard to break down. It's like the tampering in the NFL or the NBA. You can never really enforce it because the rule is pre-existing relationships aren't tampering. So if you know a guy on another team, you can talk to that guy. And that's not tampering anymore. And that's kind of how it works in this is using intermediaries. And the intermediaries get a number Where if I'm the stepfather of a young man who is playing, let's say, at LSU this season, and he's making decent money playing at LSU because LSU's got good NIL, and he's, but he's not really playing. So he's probably making, $75,000, $100,000, which is really good for not playing. and much better than it used to be. And then someone tells him, I heard they're looking for somebody like your boy, and they got like $2 million. Well, if you're that stepfather, you're thinking, well, this is a no-brainer. You need to get in the portal because you're leaving over $1 million on the table if you don't. Not knowing, well, if you stay at LSU and you keep working hard, there's a really good chance that you become a starter and you get that NIL money, and you could just make just as much as somewhere else. And that's kind of the issue that we've just continued to see. And then it falls into people spreading rumors. And that's how, Desmond Howard hears about it, is because Desmond Howard talks to a coach, and the coach goes, well, what I heard is that Sark's probably going to the NFL. And it's not true. It's an I heard. And so you're going, well, I heard. And it's all somebody just made it up at some point. And it just spawns out from that. So it's frustrating. They do have to figure out something to deal with tampering at a point, but I don't know what they're going to do, because tampering is alive in every professional sport. Tampering is alive everywhere that you like. There's nowhere that amount of money is being done where there's not tampering. It just doesn't exist.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how you can draw a line and enforce it, but maybe it's something within the rules of transferring that they have to change. I don't know what it is, but the amount of battles that coaches already have to fight are enough. Adding this to the list every single year just makes everything so much more difficult. And they have to find a way to at least minimize it a little bit.
I'm with you. Another thing Sark talked about today, which I thought was another well-worded question from the media, was about press man, and that Sark has said a lot in his recruiting that he does go after press man a lot. And, he goes after players who can play man. And then we have seen them not play a lot of man this season. And so the question was worded in a way of, that's still something you're looking for in recruits? You still trying to find guys who can play press man? How much does that change? Here's what Sark had to say.
Yeah, no, I think it's a great question. I think we would obviously like to play more man. I think playing man to man comes with a lot of confidence. And you earn confidence through positive play. And, I think sometimes we haven't been as confident as we would like to be. And so we've got to continue to help those guys grow into that mold of believing in their ability to play tighter coverage. And, we've had some unfortunate plays for some younger players that have gotten beat in tight coverage. And so that causes you to maybe not be as confident to do that. But I think for us to be at our best, we're going to have to do that, as we continue to grow as a program. Because I think denying the easy passes is one of the traits of a really good defense, that you make people really earn the yards that they get. And so we got to continue to work down that path. And I think we've got some young players that are going to allow us to do that in the future.
So there is Sark as nicely about why the hell are you not playing more man coverage? You're letting teams carve you up. And the answer is we don't feel any faith. We know that they're not in the circle of trust. We do not have faith that these guys can play man coverage. So whether they're getting burned in practice or whatever else is happening, they do not have faith in this lineup, but they still want to be a team that can play more man coverage.
It would have been really, really nice to not even play man coverage against Georgia, but just play tighter coverage against Georgia. They can't do it. Outside of Manny Muhammad, they can't do it. I don't know what the answer is to that. I feel like Grayson Littleton is pretty good at that for the most part. I mean, he did it well against Jeremiah Smith in Ohio State, so I feel like he could do it. It's a little late in the season, though, to move him out to the boundary or whatever, and put him on the outside and then let somebody else play star. So maybe that's a change that you make this offseason. Maybe Kobe Black is better inside at the star position, and Grayson Littleton is better on the outside as an outside corner. But until you can play tight coverage, man coverage or tight coverage, the pass defense is going to have issues because teams are just going to do what Georgia did all day long on you, and they're going to carve you up all day long. You can't sit back on 3rd and 3 and give the guy 12 yards of cushion and expect to get off the field. So they need to. That's one of the things they need to fix, and maybe that's going into the transfer portal and finding a really good man coverage corner to put out there. Maybe a couple.
No, I'm with you. And that it feels like that's something that, again, they know they have to figure out this offseason. And whether that is, man, Dwayne Aquina, we just whiffed. And that dude ain't the same dude. And we just whiffed on it. And, we'll find somebody next year who's better at coaching man, and we'll find somebody who's better at doing that. That's the case. That's part of it. I'm not in those practices. I can't tell you why the players aren't doing it. I can't tell you which coach it is. I can't tell you where the lack of effort is. I agree that he is the head of that secondary, so he's going to have to take the blame for it. But at the same part, I'm not necessarily the one who is. I'm not going to jump on the bandwagon of what I don't know, saying that he is absolutely the problem, but I clearly wasn't the solution. Let's put it that way. So I'm not going to be as negative on him, but I will say something has to change in that secondary room before next season, because you can't have finally progressed past. We've started to figure out this secondary, and then it will regress over a season, get worse throughout a season. And you look at that Ohio State game. They played against one of the best wide receiver rooms in the country, if not the best. And really, the only big play was Carnell Tate making an amazing catch in the end zone. And so that was week 1. And somehow later in the season, now they're not able to get it done, and they don't have the personnel to play man and play like that anymore. I just don't know. I don't know what made them lose complete confidence in themselves. Maybe it was that Florida game. Maybe that was it. And there's we're screwed. We can't do this anymore. But it's definitely a need. One of the needs you have to fix. We know the offensive line is number 1, but that feels like it is number 2 right now, is making sure you have a secondary who can play man and can allow teams to not just take over there.
Yeah, I feel like Cade Phillips is going to be a guy who eventually is going to be very good in man coverage. He's a true freshman, and he was having to go up against Noah Thomas and Dylan Bell and Zachariah Branch. So he struggled. Santana Wilson, another guy, good call out there, Lane. He's a guy that can play man. I wonder what the future is of guys like Warren Roberson, where they fit into this whole thing. There's another who's the other corner also, the young corner that played a lot this year. What's his name, Patrick? 27 on the roster.
Wardell Mack.
Yeah, Wardell Mack. Some of these guys are gonna have to prove that they can do it. I feel like you still got to go out and get a portal guy, though.
I think that, I remember they've gone out the last couple of years and tried to get someone and just didn't want to spend the money. I feel like this might be the year they spend the money.
Yeah, I feel like if you see this team go out and spend money in the portal, it'll be on offensive line and it'll be on defensive backs.
Yeah. One of the other things Sark was asked about was Bobby Petrino. And Bobby Petrino was complimentary to Sark, but Bobby Petrino has taken this team. And while they're not winning, they are playing better under Bobby Petrino. They've been close in a lot of games under Bobby Petrino. Here's what Sark had to say about him.
Yeah. I would say probably his best coaching job he's ever done. And again, it's easy to look at the player, but when he pivoted, he really pivoted when he got Lamar. Because he's a unicorn. It's like Lamar Jackson. It's okay. people hadn't been doing that type of stuff with a true dual threat, what he did. And why I appreciate Bobby and the way that he did it. Bobby's got a pro style approach to multiple personnel groupings, run schemes, pass schemes, but then he incorporated the running back into all of that. And that was very new for football, because a lot of people, when they thought dual threat at that time, it was spread, it was zone read, it was your typical, incorporating the quarterback into a dual threat system. He took a pro style offense and incorporated and maybe the best athlete we've ever seen at quarterback, and incorporated the two, and you saw the numbers. I mean, it's the most gaudy numbers anyone's probably ever had at the quarterback position. And now he's doing the same thing. He's doing the same thing with Green, and I think that's where, you talk about a coach's versatility and is willing to evolve. I give him a ton of credit on that, because he was not stuck in his ways and we're going to line up under center and turn around and hand off the G lead play. Now I got Lamar Jackson. I'm going to find a way to run quarterback power, quarterback counter, quarterback sweeps. I'm still going to call the pro style pass game. I'm still going to call pro style run games. And so he forces you to defend a lot of different things.
And that for Texas is what the issue is that you don't really know exactly what you're going to face coming on Saturday. You have a mobile quarterback. You have a running back who's been averaging over 6 yards a carry. They've been able to move the ball, some quick, big receivers as well. They have plenty of those things going for them, but they have to go figure out what they're going to be able to do when Bobby Petrino is able to change things up on you play to play.
Yeah, Bobby Petrino, whether you want to admit it or not, is a really good football coach when it comes to offense. And Talon Green is one of the freakiest athletic specimens at the quarterback position that you will ever see. 6'6", 240 pounds, runs like a gazelle. He's got a cannon for an arm. He's accurate. He does make mistakes, but this is a guy that you really are going to have to prepare for, and that Bobby Petrino is going to have humming on all cylinders, because since he's taken over, they have played really, really well offensively. That's why I'm scared of this game, is because of Bobby Petrino and his creativity on offense and his ability to get his guys open and create explosive plays and get Talon Green moving. So it'll be interesting to watch. This is not a team that should be taken lightly whatsoever.
No, I'm with you. I'm with you on that one. And finally, I'll play this last clip for you real quick. This is the end of the media availability today, where Sark said he was asked who was the rant for that he dropped on the SEC coaches yesterday, or the SEC coaches media availability yesterday, about stop reporting that guys are leaving, stop doing these things. It's ridiculous. This is clearly just tampering by other teams. These are not true things, and it's screwing up how we live our lives day to day. So stop saying that stuff. Here's what Sark said who the rant was for.
I think it was for everybody. It might have just been for me. I don't know. The thing about yesterday was this, okay? Like at the end of the day, I've got a locker room full of players who give me everything they have every day. And the last thing I want to be is for them to feel as though what people are saying about me outside of our building serving as a distraction for them and or their families. But also I wanted to say that for Longhorn Nation, because I don't want anybody here to feel like, boy, Sark's, window shopping and maybe he's trying to go. I'm not trying to go anywhere. And I think it's also for some of our opponents that, hey, I'm not going anywhere. Stay out of our locker room. And maybe for some of the pundits out there that don't cover me and cover our program on a regular basis, so that they can understand that they can't just take their trash out and then have a thought to think that, hey, I think that Texas is going to have a job opening. So I don't know. Think about something else when you're taking your trash out.
There's Sark dropping his line at the end. Just who is that for? All right, I'm going to kind of give a better beat around the bush. I'm going to tell you who it was for at the very end of this. Look, I get you're trying to go out there and get your ratings and everything. You don't care about the effect you are having when you say these things. And I think that's kind of the biggest issue when it all does. Like, you're just reporting, you're taking something that is to you a throwaway comment. Like, well, you know what I think? I think Lane Kiffin could end up at Penn State. And then you're like, well, no, but now there's actually implications about Lane having to answer those rumors now as well and having to deal with all those things. Or when you say, well, you know, I hear that Shane Beamer might take another job. No one would care at South Carolina at this point. But when Shane Beamer's name was getting thrown around all there, he has to go to his team and tell them over and over again, I'm not leaving. He has to tell recruits and parents that there is a wide-standing impact for that to happen. And for Desmond Howard to be a fan of a team who just lost their coach not that long ago because he was like, screw this, we cheated, I got to get out of here. I wouldn't be throwing around those balls, really. I would stay in my own lane on that one. Unless I had really credible information.
He doesn't.
No, I know he doesn't. That's what I'm saying. If he did have really credible information, like, no, I'm good friends with the Tennessee Titans, owners, and we were having dinner, and he's apparently a finalist for that job, and his staff has been working on it. If I had that information, I'd report that. That's all made up, just off the top of my head. None of that is real. So if you have that information, great. If you literally went, oh, I read a tweet about this 2 weeks ago, and I saw him lose to Georgia, so I'm going to pile on, that's what Desmond Howard did.
Yeah, he doesn't know anything about anything. He's always hated Texas. He's always had it out for Texas. I don't know why, but he just doesn't like him. And I think he was just trying to stir the pot. I think he was clout chasing a little bit. You could tell by the way he was talking and the way that he was walking and his tone of voice and all that stuff that he was trying to clout chase a little bit and pretend like he knew something and stir the pot. He doesn't know anything. So I'm glad Sark spoke out about it. Did you see the video that the Texas fan put out on Twitter that was mocking that? Can I play that real quick? Because it's really funny. This is a Texas fan who basically recreated the Desmond Howard video, kind of a spoof, and it's absolute gold.
Happy Wednesday evening, everybody. Just bringing my trash back from the curb. Got a couple of thoughts in. One of them is, OU sucks. Now, as I, trying to think of a lie to say. So, don't be surprised if that college game day position opens up. Y'all was shocked when Stephen A. Smith got canned. How shocked you gonna be if that college game day seat opens up? I'm not calling and saying nobody's gonna get fired, but there might be a mutual parting of ways. You dig?
Unbelievable. Tremendous stuff by that guy.
Great stuff.
Desmond Howard is a clown, and I never liked him. I've always had an issue with him. Now I've got it out for him.
Yeah, I mean, look,
I'm going to talk trash on him as often as I can.
I get what game day is. I get what that is. It's a difference of being an analyst and being a reporter. They're two different things. They're two different jobs. He is an analyst. He is not a reporter. So if, again, you've got to take it where it is. But I think I understand why Sark gets upset about it, because he's like, every week I have to answer these questions, and they keep coming up, and you keep asking me about them, and why? There's 8 jobs open right now, and you're not worried about any of them. There are coaches who might be leaving. You're not worried about them. Why is it about me? Why do you think that my name is coming up so much? Is it because I'm a bigger name and I'm at a bigger school and y'all want to attack Texas because it's just more fun to do? And everyone across the country rallies in when you attack Texas, and everybody's like, oh yeah, I hope they're all rooting for the downfall. Like, look, we all get it. We all root for the downfall of Ohio State. Like, they're a similar thing. You're always like, yeah, no, let him fall. When Michigan fell off last year, no one was complaining. Everyone thought it was funny. So I get the major blue blood schools, you enjoy when they fall. When USC started to falter, no one had any problems with it. So I get it. You make your name off of that, but it's frustrating. It's frustrating when you have enough of your own problems and then you get one that's made up to get thrown in. Like, if you want to talk about real problems Texas has, there's plenty. plenty of things that have gone wrong this season. That doesn't have to be one of them. But, you know, that is what it is. I wanted to say real quick before we take our first break here, Matt, I did want to look at that Arkansas defense a little bit. This is an Arkansas defense who has been torn up a bunch. They have allowed a lot of points several times this season. This is an Arkansas defense that has changed play callers and maybe started to be a little bit better. Depends on if you look at it of who their opponents were the last few weeks. Was it that it's the opponents were just maybe not, was LSU's offense just bad all season? And so that the fact they held them to 23 points, is that a defensive improvement? They made the play call before Auburn. They held Auburn to 33 points in a loss. It feels like Texas offense is better than either one of those this season. I know it hasn't always shown it because if we can get to the quarterback, that is something that Texas had troubles with. But overall, it does feel like this defense is just they've lacked discipline all season long. They've lacked tackling all season long. They don't necessarily have edges. They do have a good defensive lineman, but they don't necessarily have edges that are really coming after you a ton. So they just don't really have a ton of pieces that are going to make you really sweat if you're able to get the ball moving. And they do have guys that will get lost in the ability to, you know, jump on reads, trying to make the big play instead of just playing consistent football.
Yeah, this unit has had a really tough time this year. They currently rank 15th in the SEC in both rush defense and pass defense. If you're bad at one, that's one thing. If you're bad at both, you're going to have a real hard time.
Yep.
That puts them at last in the SEC in total defense by a wide margin. Mississippi State is ahead of them, giving up 393.2 yards per game. Arkansas gives up 33.3 more yards per game than Mississippi State does. It's a very big disparity when you take in averages through 11 games or through 10 games. And they also rank last in scoring defense by a pretty wide margin. They're at 32.3 points per game. Held Auburn to 33 points is probably correct, because that Auburn team probably should have scored 40 or 45. So they have been better over the last couple weeks, but if Texas can't outscore this team the way that Mississippi State and Auburn and LSU did, I would be shocked. I'll put it that way. This is a really bad defense, and whoever comes in there and coaches there next year, I would venture to guess they're probably going to bring 8 to 11, maybe 12 guys in through the portal on the defensive side of the ball alone, because they're just completely overmatched and they're not sound with their eye discipline, stopping the run with their run fits, any of that stuff, pass rush lanes. They're just bad all over the board. So you should be able to move the ball, and you should be able to move it on the ground. If you can't run against this football team, I will be Chad Scott, I'm going to have to give you a new look, because that would be bad.
Well, but here's the thing, is if you can run against it and stop calling run plays. Because it wasn't like they couldn't run against Georgia. They just stopped running against Georgia, and then were in a position where they felt they didn't have time to run the football. But this is the best running offense they had against Georgia in 3 meetings. Like, I get they weren't breaking huge plays, but if you're running the ball for over 3 or 4 yards a carry, you might as well keep handing the ball off. They just weren't able to keep it going. They just didn't run the ball very much. So I do think there's a world where you run the ball a few times and you don't break a 10-yard run, and so you just get away from the running game, and they can't afford to do that. That's kind of more of the concern, is when they don't get the explosives out of the run game, Sark runs away from it, because Sark is in love with explosives. We know that. He fears them and he loves them. And so when he's only getting 4 or 5 yards a carry, he hates it. He's afraid that hold is going to come. And so he's just like, we got to start throwing the football again. We got to start getting the ball back out. He can't do that against Arkansas. Arkansas, run the ball, control it. What he'd really like to do is hit a couple screen passes for, touchdowns, be up 14 points, and then run the ball. It's what he'd love to do. But you realize you're probably not going to be up 14 points, because your defense is going to allow some scores, because this offense does play good football.
Yeah, I mean, running the ball 10 times in a football game is never ideal. Trey Wisner was having some success in that game. I would expect they'll make a more concerted effort to do that this week, especially if they get up early. But here's my question for you about this football game, Patrick, and I'm prepared to put money on this. In fact, I would put money on it if it was not, a bad look for a guy covering a team to bet on that team that he's covering. Will Texas throw the screen to Ryan Wingo on play one of the football game?
Well, the question is Ryan Wingo playing?
Yes, he's playing.
Because if Ryan Wingo's playing, then yes.
I mean, 4 weeks in a row, that would be something.
It does feel like what they did against Georgia. I'm like, and honestly, he slipped. It wasn't like they defended. He slipped. If he doesn't slip, he probably at least gets 5 yards out of it.
Oh, he might score. If you look at the all 22, the behind view in the all 22, he's got a lane.
It feels like they're going to do at this point just to set it up for the A&M game to throw it the other way.
See, that's what I was thinking, and that's kind of what I was working my way towards with this conversation. It would be hilarious if they set this up 4 weeks in a row just for the A&M game. Like, that would be such a Sark thing to do.
Well, and I mean, I don't know if they're setting it up for the A&M game originally, or they were just like, well, it keeps working, and then it becomes something where you're like, well, now we got to change it up for A&M, because once we did it against Georgia, it wasn't a trick anymore. And if we do it again for the 4th straight week, like the same play to Wingo, then they have to look at that and go, we have to defend it. It's worked every week. So we'll see. We'll see if Arkansas lines up and they just put 3 guys on Wingo.
All 11 guys shading Wingo on one side of the field.
If they do that, then maybe we'll see if they'll be like, all right, I think they're caught on. I think they've caught on. But yeah, no, first play, Ryan Wingo, first play pass. If you vote on it, or first play Wingo, I'd put money on it at this point. That why wouldn't you at least try it one more time before the Aggie game, so that you know in your bag they know what you're going to call the first play, but they're not sure if you're actually going to do it or not. But then as soon as you line up in that formation and Wingo goes in motion, they have to react to it like it's going to happen.
Yeah.
Like it makes sense, but who knows? Sark will probably just pull the fake one this week and be like, we almost had that save for A&M.
Nah, don't waste it for that. Don't waste it for Arkansas. You got to run that fake against A&M. The same one you ran against Georgia in the SEC championship.
There you go. All right. We're going to take a break. We're going to come back. We'll get into our SEC rankings. The Texans played tonight too, so we'll get a little bit into that. Some Cowboys stuff came out again today, so we'll talk about all of the NFL and Texans versus Bills, Cowboys game, all the good stuff as we continue on here on a Thursday edition of Open Gym here on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
Hi, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations, and all of us at Audiovisual would like to wish you and your family a happy holiday season. This time of year can get a little hectic, so we want to remind you to relax, enjoy the season with your family and friends, and give us a call at 512-255-8678 for all of your home entertainment needs. This is my favorite time of the year. I love the holidays, the music, the decorations, the presents, the whole darn thing. So this year I'm asking all you listeners to help make this a special holiday for everyone. Smiles are contagious and free, so let's give them away like the government gives away your money. Let's high-five strangers on the street. Hold the door for people behind us. Tip your servers more than they've ever been tipped before. Give to a charity, or hell, give to a bunch of charities. If someone does a good job, tell them they did a good job. Pat someone on the butt. Sing in public places just because it feels good. And as always, hug your kids until they beg you to stop. Watch some games with your friends and make love to your wife or your husband. I know there's some women listening too. You can still give us a call at 512-255-8678 if you'd like to get some cool electronics. But more importantly, have a great holiday season and a fucking awesome next year.
You see Covert everywhere. It's that personal level of just feeling like it's a personal family interaction.
The customer service, it's impeccable. It's unlike anything I've ever experienced buying a car.
Over the 30 years that I've been buying cars from them, I feel like I know them and they know me.
Covert's done an amazing job of making me feel valued. If you purchase a vehicle and you want to feel like you're part of a family, join the Covert family.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
BK here for OLIPOP. Man, this stuff is the game changer of all game changers. Their slogan is a new kind of soda, and that's exactly what it is. You get that same great soda taste, but OLIPOP is actually good for you. Inside of every can, a blend of 7 unique botanicals, plant fibers, and prebiotics. You're getting 9 grams of fiber in every can, only 2 to 5 grams of sugar, and man, the flavor is absolutely there. Classic soda flavors like cola, root beer, lemon lime, and Dr. Goodwin. That's their version of a Dr. Pepper, and some other great flavors as well. The grape, the cream soda, the cherry cola. It's all fantastic. I'm telling y'all, OLIPOP tastes just like the soda you grew up sipping, but with the added benefits of microbiome and digestive health support as well. Pick up OLIPOP at H-E-B, Target, Walmart, Whole Foods, and Costco all throughout the Austin area and the state of Texas. And head over to drinkolipop.com. Use the promo code Texas20 for a discount on your first purchase. It's OLIPOP, a new kind of soda.
Welcome back in to Open Gym here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Myself, Patrick Davis, alongside Matt Galatzan of Texas Longhorns on SI. And, of course, you, the third member of Open Gym. Text lines open 512-222-9328. Or, of course, over there on the chat. Facebook, Twitch, X, and on YouTube. Hour 2 here of the show. I don't have my window open, so I can't tell if the rain is about to start coming or if it's a lie. And it's another, fake media news. The rain's coming. I don't know.
Hey, there is no job where you are allowed to be wrong more often than a meteorologist. So,
well, you know the deal, though. A meteorologist isn't technically saying when there's a 20% chance of rain, they're not saying it's a 20% chance it'll rain on you. It's a 20% chance that rain, 20% of the area will get it. So technically they're true in saying it has rained in areas in Austin. It just hasn't rained on me yet. We haven't seen, I saw earlier the big thing that's supposed to hit us about 6:00. So we'll see if that breaks apart or stays. I got a Texans game to watch tonight. Come on, let's get this going. Let's get the rain over with. You don't want to have it going. Trying to watch my Texans play extremely boring game. There's basically 2 ways this can go, which is extremely boring or us getting killed. There's the 2 options. There is no Texans kill the Bills. Like if you had Stroud, you could be like, oh, the offense starts working and you win like 30-12 or something like that because the defense has been really good. I don't think with Davis Mills there's really any of that. So
I just hope Woody Marks has a big game because I have been so injury ridden in my fantasy football this year that I have him starting this week.
I've had Nick Chubb starting times this week. It's not been good. It's not been good. As we say there, it's not always been good. Appreciate you guys hanging out with us on a Thursday before we get to our Friday edition of the show tomorrow and make our picks and everything else we do every Thursday. Bama Bruce coming up a little bit later, but we do our SEC rankings. And last week, it felt like we haven't moved things that much. I think things are about to change around a little bit more this week for our SEC rankings. Maybe some changes in these SEC rankings with some losses and some wins. We did have A&M, Alabama, Georgia, and Ole Miss in one. We finally got them down to tiers that look good, and they're all 4 in the tiers, and that may all go to hell this week. Who knows where people are starting to move for Texas. As we do know for Texas that A&M did win. It took them a while, but I think they should move down to tier 4 for that. They clearly had a tough week. They almost were. It's just when watching that game though. By the way, my numbers I think are wrong. The numbers on this are wrong, but you can guess where the numbers are supposed to be. But this is you do get South Carolina is 16. South Carolina is 16, and Texas A&M is 1, and that was almost a great upset, but they do win 31-30. Alabama loses, of course, to Oklahoma in the game that I would not have seen coming, 23-21. Georgia beats Texas. Don't need to talk about that much more. And Ole Miss gets a 34-24 win over Florida in your tier 1. Outside of that, Vanderbilt did not play last weekend. They had their bye week last weekend, so they were not playing. Tennessee beat New Mexico State in one of their late conference games. And we both know what happened with Texas and Oklahoma. So what do you change in your tier 1 and your tier 2 there, Matt?
I would, for starters, we got to move Alabama down to number 4. And then I just think you shift Ole Miss and Georgia up to 2 and 3.
You all right? I think that's about right. Yeah, because I mean, right now Georgia is continuing to win. They're playing good football. They're figuring things out at the right time. So they are playing really good. And then Ole Miss, can't say they've done anything really wrong recently. So they're still sitting right in there. They just, they're going to drop when they lose to Mississippi State last game of the season. But other than that, they're doing just fine.
Patrick.
And Alabama,
evil energy out into the world.
Now the question is, does Alabama have to drop into tier 2, or are they lead tier 1 because Oklahoma beat them?
That's a good question.
I mean, I think that's kind of the point is, are they the 5th team in the SEC now, or are they the 4th team? If you're from Oklahoma, you are arguing that this is we won head to head. How can you say we're not a better team if we won head to head?
Well, here's why. Oklahoma has 2 SEC losses. Alabama has 1. Oklahoma is mathematically eliminated from the SEC title game. Alabama is still is still right now, if everything goes chalk, going to be in it and have a chance to win the SEC. So that would be my argument to keep them number 4, have Oklahoma number 5.
Does Oklahoma climb into tier 1 at least at number 5 with the win?
Probably yes, because they're a playoff contender.
Yeah.
I think that tier 2 is now teams who are on the outside looking in at the college football playoff.
Yes, I think that's where we go. So I'm fine with leaving Alabama ahead of Oklahoma. It will piss off Sooner fans, so I'm all for it. I think you can there's an argument for both of them to be had. And I get Oklahoma just beat Alabama. If I was picking that game, I'd pick Alabama to win tomorrow. I still don't believe it. Oklahoma's fought really well, but they're right now. I put them at 5, but I do move them up to tier 1 for sure. That puts us at tier 2. What do you like to see in tier 2 here, Matt?
I think it's. See, this is where I have a really hard time.
Yeah.
Because I get that Texas just lost. Vanderbilt keeps winning. I can't remember who they beat this past
Tennessee.
weekend.
Vanderbilt didn't play.
Well, they beat Kentucky the week before, right?
Yes.
Texas is still ahead of you in the SEC standings. Texas has the head-to-head against you. You have the same conference record. I'm fine leaving Texas at number 6.
Yeah.
And the only reason they're not above Oklahoma is because they have 1 more loss, even though they beat them head-to-head. So I'm fine with leaving Texas at 6, Vanderbilt at 7, and Tennessee at 8.
Okay. I'm good with that. I think that is our tier 2 then, because no one's moving back up. Missouri does not get to move back up in there.
We may have to add another team to tier 4, though.
We may have to add another team to tier 4. So we look down at tier 3 now. LSU did beat Arkansas 23-22. Mississippi State loses to Missouri 49-27. And Florida loses to Ole Miss. Outside in tier 4, Kentucky beats Tennessee Tech in a highly contested matchup. Auburn was off this week. And, of course, Arkansas was in that loss to LSU. And South Carolina fought hard in the first half and played terrible in the second.
So I think you go Missouri, LSU, Mississippi State, Kentucky, and then Florida, Auburn, Arkansas, South Carolina.
So say that again.
So keep 10 through 12 the same, or 9 through 11, I should say. Keep those the same. Mizzou, LSU, Mississippi State. Flip-flop Kentucky and Florida. and then
And
keep
both
the
in
rest
tier
the same.
4?
Probably, yeah. I still don't think Kentucky's a tier 3 team.
Nope. I'm with you. I think Missouri, LSU, and Mississippi State are all the more reasonable teams out of this. But yeah, and then Kentucky, Florida, Auburn, Arkansas, and South Carolina. Do we move South Carolina up at all because of their first half, or do we keep them low because their second half?
Can we make them tier 5?
There's no tier 5. I'm not making another tier.
because that is the most embarrassing loss, I think, in the history of that program.
Oh, I mean, the first half was so great.
It was, so great. But then they had the worst comeback defeat in the history of the SEC almost.
All right. Well, all right. So that makes us now a little bit easier that we are rocking A&M, Georgia, Ole Miss, Alabama, Oklahoma as your tier 1. Your tier 2 is Texas, Vanderbilt, Tennessee. Tier 3 is Missouri, LSU, and Mississippi State. And then tier 4 is Kentucky, Florida, Auburn, Arkansas, and South Carolina. Florida has now claimed its role there in tier 4.
They're awful. And if you're Lane Kiffin, you look at Open Gym's power rankings before you make a decision.
Yeah, and you say, man, I could pick up either one of those teams and get them ahead of Ole Miss pretty quickly.
Nah.
Get them right ahead of there. All right. So there puts our starts there for the power rankings for the SEC for week 13. A little bit of movement. We have not had that amount of movement recently, but we've get the movement. I'll try and get those put together and out sooner rather than later on there for our SEC power rankings. Woodcrest says, would you guys start Burrow in Fantasy B plays this Saturday or this Sunday? I'm probably not the fantasy guy to ask right now. I have not paid a ton of attention to fantasy football. I had a buddy ask me the other day. He was like, man, Patrick, you watch more football and know more about football than anyone else in this fantasy league. And yet you're not doing it. I was like, there's a difference between knowing about football and knowing about fantasy football. There's a big difference. And I follow because I'm talking about it every day. I'm following different stories than people who just follow the fantasy football stuff. And so it does end up that sometimes you get lucky and you hit it right, and the right teams are the right teams to look at. And sometimes you just whiff on some guys. And I whiffed on some guys this year. And so it did not work out. As far as saying Joe Burrow, I mean, in all reality, if you don't have somebody else to play, you might as well stick him in there. But if you've got somebody who's, 20, 25 points, I mean, Burrow, if he's playing, is going to put up numbers if he's playing. But the O-line's
especially if he targets Jamar Chase 26 times or whatever Joe Flacco did that one game.
That was still the most ridiculous stats of the amount of targets that they just didn't cover him. They just did not cover him over and over.
So
and over.
I have Joe Burrow in my fantasy league. He's been in the IR slot all season long. I had Jackson Dart on my bench. If I had to choose between Joe Burrow and Jackson Dart starting this weekend, I would probably choose Joe Burrow. But I'm lucky enough, privileged enough, some would say, to have this year's NFL MVP, Matthew Stafford, as my other quarterback. So I'm going to start him for the rest of the season, probably.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, so sickening. Rams are playing the Buccaneers. Buccaneers defense has not been electric this year, so that is the right start there. The Bengals are playing the Patriots, the 9-2 Patriots. It would be an interesting one to see if they do end up playing playing Joe Burrow in that game and just trying to derail the season a little bit. Giants are playing the Lions, but it's at Detroit. So, I mean, that one's 50-50 about Jackson Dart. Who else do you got, Woodcrest? Who else is on your roster that you're thinking about playing? Because I think is
the real question.
Yeah,
if you're trying to throw out like Justin Fields or Joe Flacco or Shedeur Sanders, then yeah, I would start Joe Burrow. But let's give him a week to see what he's how comfortable they are back there with him and all that stuff. He needs a week to get reacclimated.
Yeah. Yeah, just to make sure that offensive line doesn't get him killed again.
Mm-hmm.
Because that O-line is bad. And Joe Burrow doesn't care about taking sacks. that's one thing. He just will take them, but it's not necessarily what you want your franchise quarterback who you're paying a ton of money to do. You wouldn't necessarily like that. While we wait for Bama Bruce to come back on screen here, we will get into a little bit of the NFL. I did want to bring up this topic with you, Matt, because I saw this today, and I checked it a couple times, and I believe this is real. That the Cowboys were asked about why CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens were benched for the first series of the game last weekend on Monday Night Football. The rumor then, or the story that came out, we know from Sark, you don't just trust every Joe Blow, was that CeeDee Lamb was seen at 7:30 in the morning outside of this casino throwing up, was what the report was. And that is why he was not only benched, but also why he was not playing as well in that game, was because he was hungover and everything else. CeeDee Lamb has responded that, yes, they were at that casino. George Pickens and CeeDee Lamb were having dinner at that casino. They were there. They missed curfew, and that is why the punishment happened, was because of that. However, he did say it's offensive and rude and slander, whatever else, to say that I was throwing up. I can handle my liquor.
I mean, I just wish somebody would have gotten a picture of it, because it wouldn't surprise me. Hey, we've all been to Vegas. You lose track of time in those casinos, man. You really do.
They don't put clocks up for a reason.
They don't. And hey, if you go and there's no windows, so you can't see what the lights like outside. And if you go to like Paris, the Paris casino, they have the day sky roof, like ceiling, so that it always feels like it's noon. So you could be in there till 4 a.m. You you still think it's daytime outside. It's
I don't like that one bit. I don't like that one bit. All right. Well, why don't we get over, see if our man Bama Bruce is ready to go here. My man Bama Bruce there joins us every Thursday to talk some Texas, some SEC, some Bama, some all the good things here on Texas Sports Unfiltered and Open Gym. Bruce, how you doing today, brother?
I'm doing great. First off, man, you guys, I just listened to like 15 minutes. I got on early today. Sorry for effing up later, but it's so good. You guys talk great. Matthew, you guys, y'all do the NFL thing, and I kind of learned from you guys. So it's such a great, the cast is so great, man. It's so good to hear y'all.
Appreciate that, man. That means a lot. I really appreciate
it. Honest to God, dude, it's like I learned in 12 minutes a lot about the NFL, that I'm not that guy. I am an SEC homer, so I just learned from you.
Well, that's why we're here.
There you go, Bruce. I know both of us had bad weeks last weekend with Bama losing to OU and Texas losing to Georgia. Are you still on board, though, that Bama is a playoff team and that Bama should be in and definitely be ranked ahead of damn Notre Dame, who hasn't played anybody and want to beat anybody this year?
I've heard enough about the Notre Dame thing. It's like, handle your business. If Alabama handles their business, they will be there. If they handle Auburn, which is throw up, it's like, handle your business. Oklahoma outdid them. Bama had 3 turnovers. I think that was a problem with that game. But if you don't have a run game, you're very one-dimensional. That's kind of a yes, we know that. But he was so bad. He wasn't even like half okay in the Alabama game. And the turnovers and everything really cost him that. Oklahoma is a good team, but I think they're not there either. And I don't think, if you don't have a run game, Alabama's got everything in right here, but I don't think if you don't have a run game, you can't. You're one-dimensional now.
Yeah, I tend to agree with that. It's very similar to what happened with Texas against Georgia, in the sense that they couldn't establish a ground game like they did on their first drive, and then they just abandoned it. And they became one-dimensional after that. And it was a different story with Alabama. They just couldn't establish a run game, and they became one-dimensional because of it. I thought the difference in the game was there was two, and they were both turnovers. It was the Ryan Williams muff punt that set Oklahoma up in good field position, and it was the pick six that Ty Simpson threw. It was super frustrating for me to watch that game because I wanted them to bury Oklahoma in the dirt because I was tired of hearing about John Mateer, and he didn't play well in this game again, and they won again. And it drives
Alabama
me crazy.
just played
He's not
horrible.
a good quarterback. So
I agree, man.
All right, Bruce. Let's start looking at this weekend slate. Not a great weekend for SEC play because we're starting to get into the world of everyone getting their non-conferences before they play their rivalry games to end the season. So we're getting a lot of non-conference kind of easy games this week in the SEC, but we do have some action. We do have Tennessee heading to Florida. Florida has looked bad all season long. They've continued to look bad. This is a huge one for Tennessee to stay a 3-loss team before they play that huge matchup against Vanderbilt next weekend. Tennessee's a 4.5-point favorite. This feels like they should be able to cover. We know Florida's played better at home, though.
I'm going to be honest with you. I'm all in on Florida because they go 2 down and then 1 up. 2 down, 1 up. Now they're 1 up. And I think Tennessee, they have all the right players. They have everything in place. But again, I think Tennessee is more like Oklahoma. You know, they even though they try really hard, they don't have it. And if Florida can pull it together, if Lagway has a decent game, their defense is going to be able to control that Tennessee offense. I think that's my opinion, and that's what I think about that. What do you think, Matt?
Well, I like your analysis there about Florida being 2 down, 1 up. It's true. It was similar to Texas at the beginning of the season. They with their offense, and also about them being similar to Oklahoma. I mean, they do have an Oklahoma guy as their head coach, so it makes sense that they don't perform to the expectations that they should because OU sucks. But I think that Florida, given the fact that they have the interim coach, and it kind of feels like they've given up a little bit. I think Tennessee covers pretty easily in this game, as a matter of fact. But the Swamp is difficult. They'll try to put on a show and they'll chant, "We want Lane, and they'll hire John Sumrall or Eli Drinkwitz, and they'll be disappointed. Real quick, Roman, no, that is a horrible idea. Please do not ever put that out into the universe ever again. I would.
We don't need to move Colin Simmons, the best edge in the
Don't do that. Do not do that.
All right, Bruce, let's move over to Kentucky at Vanderbilt. Vanderbilt 8.5-point favorites, again trying to hold on to any hope they have of maybe jumping up. If some other great chaos happens, they can beat a Tennessee team. They'll be the lead. They'll be the team in Tennessee to beat at that point. They'll feel all good about it until Clark Lee and Diego Pavia both leave in the offseason, and they have to come back down to some sort of reality. Is this Vanderbilt's dream season continue with the win over Kentucky? It's at Vanderbilt. At Kentucky, I'd feel worse about it. But at Vanderbilt, it feels like they should be able to win this one.
You think so? And then, they have to, I think. And then think about Tennessee and Vanderbilt at the end of this is like, it's like an Iron Bowl. It's like the Aggies against Texas. It's like, but does it mean more? I think all those games play into everybody's existence going into the playoffs. But I really think Pavia is going to be able to do it. I don't think that Kentucky has the defense has not shown up and their offense is lackluster.
Yeah, I really want this to be a Kentucky upset, like more than anything in the world, so that
all day long.
So we can stop hearing about Vanderbilt forever. Hopefully, I do think this is going to be a gross game, like a really gross game, but Vanderbilt's going to win. Just because Diego Pavia is that, what do you call him, Patrick? Elite pest?
Elite pest. He is an elite pest. That's what
He's
he does.
Johnny Football's jockstrap is what he is.
Yeah, he is. That's
all right. How about probably the biggest game of the weekend in SEC play then, Bruce? Missouri is headed to Oklahoma. They don't have Bo Pribula. He's on the injury report. He's not out, but I believe he's questionable or doubtful again on the injury report, so he's probably not playing again this week. Oklahoma has won these games. They're going back home. Is this a trap game for Oklahoma that they feel, guys, we did it. We beat Alabama. We've got it. We're in the playoffs. Is there a chance that Missouri somehow pulls this crazy upset? They're 7.5-point dogs. I don't see a way it happens without a real quarterback, but man, I'm hoping it does.
The quarterback's questionable, but he's like 80%. He's going to come back. He's going to throw some passes. And Missouri is, they're questionable. They're like mediocre with their defense and everything. Is Oklahoma riding so much of a high right now that we got it, man. We got this. Their defense was supposed to be the best. It was questionable to be the best the whole time. They got chalked up here and there. They got lucky with Alabama because Alabama caught the ball and turned the ball over everything. But I think this is going to be a lot closer game than everybody thinks. I think that if Drink.
Nope.
Oh,
we lose Bruce. This is every week. It's just
there's always one of those things that happens. Well, I'll carry on from this on what I think will happen.
Yeah, go for it.
I think Oklahoma is going to lose. I really do. I think that Missouri's defense is going to give John Mateer enough trouble, and that they've already used all of their 9 lives. That I think that he's going to play bad, and I think that Missouri's going to keep this thing close, and they're going to win it at the end. I don't know how.
I'm all for that. I am definitely all for this being the rat poison game, the trap game that comes and gets them. I'm all for that, but I feel like it's just not gonna. If they had Bo Pribula, then 100%. But I don't know about it. All right, let's see. There we go. Bruce is back.
I got a phone call, man. What the fudge?
All right, so let's then go to Texas and Arkansas. That is your last SEC game of the weekend. Everybody else is playing nobodies, and they should be able to win easily. But Texas versus Arkansas, this is a game for Texas. For me, it's going to be much of a statement of this team can still play some games at home. They've been not mentally tough enough to play on the road at all this season. We've called them young. We've called them, mentally weak. We've called them everything else. This is do you still want to play football after you're out of the playoffs, after the Georgia loss and getting embarrassed? Are you still showing up and ready to play? Are you ready to go in there and prove it against an Arkansas team and then try and go into that Thanksgiving weekend game against A&M and say, we're going to knock them off too because we are a good football team? I'm hoping that the right Texas team shows up. They've been good at home. What do you think, Bruce?
I'm praying. I'm going to do like a little seance and everything for you because all I've heard is oh boy, Sark has come out and he's spreading the love and he's almost like he's like 2 dots under Kiffin right now with everything he has to say and everything. I don't have anything to do with it. It's like, and all that affects the team, just like Lane Kiffin, all his stuff does. But with that said, I think they're going to bounce back. I want them to bounce back because of you. I want them to do. Arkansas is a dangerous team because they ain't got damn thing to lose. So it could be different. I'm hoping the best for Texas, and then you know what's coming next, man. You got the fury of the number 2 team in the fucking country.
I think that Texas's offense comes to play in this game. And I think they score. I mean, my score prediction I'll give tomorrow, but I think it's closer than people think. I think Arkansas covers, but I think Texas wins this game. And I don't think that it's necessarily a question or a scary game. I think it's going to be kind of similar to the Texas A&M Arkansas game where they just get a late garbage time touchdown that covers the spread, but Texas really dominates throughout.
Can I give you a quick prediction for next week? Like
Gotcha.
not this one with Arkansas. Texas beats Texas A&M. I'm going to say it right now. We can talk next week before we do it again. But they beat Texas A&M. Just FYI.
I really like that prediction, Bruce, and I'll tell you why. Because as it stands right now, if you look at where the SEC standings sit, every single one of Texas A&M's opponents are outside of the top in the SEC, are outside of the top 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They're in the bot. They're from 8 or below. Missouri is the closest one up to the top. Then it's the rest of the teams they've played have all been at the bottom of the SEC. So they haven't really played a tough SEC schedule. Texas is going to be the best team they've played all season long since I still think Texas is better than Notre Dame. So and Texas is going to be the best team they play all year long.
And I agree, dude, Sully, I agree with that. And it's kind of like, to me, it's like the Alabama-Auburn game. You don't know what to expect, and Auburn has nothing to lose. And with Alabama, win out. If you get beat by Auburn, then take your ass back to Tuscaloosa and go eat some cornbread, you know?
Yeah, and little brother never beats big brother in a fight. Let's be real.
Most, unless it's a kick six or something like that, you know?
Bruce, I also know you're an amateur weatherman. Is it going to start raining here soon? Are we about to?
Yes, we're going to have the next. It's going to be like until about 9 o'clock. We have a front coming through. Then it's going to go through. We'll have another cold front coming in on Sunday.
All right,
and that is your meteorologist.
Your meteorologist. Appreciate you, Bama Bruce. Any other upsets you got for this weekend? Anything else you like on this schedule for this weekend around college football?
No, sir. I just think that Harvard is not going to beat Yale in the next couple times, and I honestly think that Ole Miss cannot. It's not this week, but if they keep messing around, they're going to be on the outside looking in. And end of story. Take care of your business or go home.
All right. Before I let you go, Oregon, USC, real quick. Who you got?
USC.
All right.
Good
Love
pick.
it. Bama Bruce comes to us here every Thursday. We appreciate you joining the show. A real SEC homer to teach us new SECers about the way it goes. Appreciate you, Bruce.
Matthew and Patty, y'all great, man. Thank you.
Thanks, Bruce.
Appreciate my man Bama Bruce there coming in and rocking with us on a Thursday edition of Open Gym. As we continue on here, how about we take our second break here, Matt? We'll take it now. We'll come back. We'll get into talking about the Texans and the Bills and some NFL talk before we wrap up the show and send you into a weekend and a Thursday night football game. Come on, man. I'm still, Matt, I just need it to be a screwy Thursday night football game. We have a chance. Thursday night football. Everyone's got a chance.
It's always drunk.
All right, we'll be back in 2.5 minutes here on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
Hi, I'm Dan Covert with my wife Hayden. Welcome to Covert BK.
Our newest location in the gorgeous Hill Country includes Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram, and hundreds of pre-owned and certified vehicles for you to choose from. We have 3 service departments that are ready to take care of your car, truck, or SUV with 86 service bays to accommodate any repair and get you in and out quickly. Come visit us today to select the vehicle you've been dreaming about.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Hi, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations, and we'd like to take a moment to thank all of our clients for making the last 37 years both fun and fruitful. If you haven't yet, I'd like to invite you to give us a try for all your home electronics needs. There's no need to leave your home to find great pricing and incomparable service. No traffic, inexperienced sales geeks, or pushy showroom tactics. We come to you. So just relax, hug your kids, and smile. We handle all the work. Just give us a call at 255-8678 or online at avconsultations.com.
Say hello to Jason and the gang over at Relax the Back. They embrace a holistic approach for a healthier lifestyle based on 35 years, folks, of proven expertise, and my back couldn't be happier. Their motto is live wellness, and folks, they can transform your routine, your daily routine, into something very, very special if you have back pain. If you're struggling with thoracic problems, if you've got hip problems, If you got lumbar problems, please go over to one of their stores. They got 2 great locations, and find out a chair or a recliner or a sofa that's going to fit you and going to make your life a whole lot better. I've got this office chair right here that I've been sitting in for years, and I love it. 2 locations, folks, at the Hill Country Gallery across from Whole Foods, and in North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center across from the Container Store. Live pain-free like the Buck and relax the back.
SendTexTickets.com. If you're in the market for tickets to any sporting event, any concert, any Broadway show, anything live coming to town, you got to head over to SendTexTickets.com. The best seats to all of the biggest events, not just here in Austin, but all over the state and all over the country as well. It's so easy to use. Just log on your phone or computer to SendTexTickets.com. All of their tickets are 100% guaranteed, and they will be delivered right to your phone or computer. So simple to use, and you're also helping to support a local business every time you shop. SendTexTickets.com. So if you want to be at the biggest events in sports and entertainment, there's only one place to go. It's SendTexTickets.com.
Back here on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered, wrapping it up here on we still got 20 minutes left. We're not just in the full wrap-up mode yet. Here on a Thursday edition of Open
We're about
Gym.
to talk about the Texans. We are in wrap-up mode.
We're not in wrap-up mode. It's the Texans. They're 5-5. They have a chance to win tonight. We got to be positive about these things, Matt. They're playing the 7-3 Bills. Right now, the Bills a 5.5-point favorite in this game. Texans did make some moves earlier today. They announced that Joe Mixon would be out for the remainder of the season with his foot injury. Not what you want to hear as a Texans fan. Joe Mixon also disputing this, saying he would not be out for the rest of the season. He's still trying to come back. I just think they're like, we don't think you're ever going to really be healthy. So he has been not able to come back so far. It's one of those foot injuries. They are the ones you hate to see when the season begins because they are just so hard to heal. So that was happening. And then in the wake of that, they released Dameon Pierce. They waived Dameon Pierce. So a tenuous battle of a good rookie season and then not being able to follow it up with a couple different offensive coordinators after that rookie season for Dameon Pierce. They never really got anything back for that pick. And he turns out to be a bust for the Texans as they waive him today, kind of unceremoniously.
Yeah. I'm starting to feel like they need to pick a running back this year in the NFL draft. They need one.
Well, are we going to pick? Are we taking Jeremiah Love before you guys? Or we think?
Well, no, the Cowboys are going to have a better pick than the Texans.
But you don't take a running back in the first round. You're taking an offensive lineman.
That's very true.
Named Tyler, most likely.
Yeah. Is there a wide receiver named Tyler or a defensive back named Tyler? Because they'll probably take him. Yeah, I just really hope Woody Marks has a good game tonight. I really need him to for fantasy purposes. I mean, what else do they have in there at this point? Nick Chubb still?
Nick Chubb's still there. Woody Marks is still there. Dare Ungabowale is still in there as well. Ogunbowale. There we go. We get there. He kicked the field goal for them, or an extra point or something for him last year. Kaimi Fairbairn is supposed to be back for this game as well. He'd been out a couple of weeks with injury. You're getting most of your players back from injury. Jalen Petrie still out with concussion protocol. CJ Stroud still out under concussion protocol. It does feel like the concussion protocol in the NFL might be a little bit more strenuous than the concussion protocol in college. Maybe it's just that these kids are bouncing back faster because they're younger, but it's like several weeks for most quarterbacks in concussion protocol in the NFL. And it just seems like now every time you watch a kid get decimated in college football, it's like laying on the ground like a corpse. And then they're like 2 days later, like, oh yeah, they're clear. They're good to go. Like, really?
Yeah. 3 weeks for CJ Stroud, and Arch Manning had about 4 days.
It's great. And maybe it is. Maybe it's like, the amount of impact because, Arch Manning's was technically his head hitting the ground, so it wasn't a helmet to helmet, so it could be different. It could be that CJ Stroud's already had 3 or 4 more, and so he's just at a different level. We got to remember, Arch Manning also came up playing at a lower level of football, so maybe didn't take as many terrible shots. So that could be part of it.
Probably not.
But at the end of the day, it is interesting. When you're like, and I mean, maybe CJ Stroud would have been clear for a Sunday game or something like that. You're hoping you get him back for next week. But at the end of the day, this is a Bills team who's been really up and down. They have played down to their competition several times. They don't really have a good defense. They lost to the Patriots 23-20. They lost to the Falcons 24-14, and they lost to the Dolphins 30-13. So those are 3 losses.
Super Bowl contender Miami Dolphins is what I'm hearing.
But it's basically the Patriots turned out to be a good team. I mean, this is still early in it. Other than that, a 24-14 and a 30-13 loss to the Dolphins. But then when they play the Panthers, who are a decent team, 40-9. Play the Chiefs, who are a decent team, 28-21. Play the Buccaneers last week, 44-32. That defense is not great, and they've been going. So for the Texans, you have to keep this a low-scoring game. You just have to, because Davis Mills ain't going to rack it up. You expect to have a lot of screen passes. You expect to have a lot of short stuff to try and just get the ball moving some way that you can. But really, I think if this gets over 20 points, it's going to be a little bit harder for the Texans to win this game.
It's going to be real hard, but I always say this about Thursday Night Football. Always take the underdog in Thursday Night Football every week, except for week 1. Outside of week 1, always take the underdog because it's short weeks. These teams are not fully prepared. What would be more Thursday Night Football than Davis Mills upsetting Josh Allen? Is this game on the road? Is this at Buffalo?
This is at Houston.
Okay. Even more so. Davis Mills upsetting Josh Allen is peak Thursday Night Football.
It is. And it also is the worst quarterback controversy to brew in a while for the Texans if they win this game. That Davis Mills will have been a winning quarterback for them because he would have came in that 49ers game, right?
Mm-hmm.
So he's 3-1 so far as a starter. If he's 4-1 with a win over the 49ers, a win over the Jags, and a win over the Bills, people be like, well, you got to play. Like, we weren't good. The offense wasn't good really in any of those. The Jags game, they had that insane comeback at the end, which I still don't know how that really happened, where they put up all those points in the fourth quarter. But yeah, this is for the Texans tonight. This could be one of the worst games of the season to watch on Thursday Night Football, and that's saying something. Because this could be one of 2 ways this goes, which is it is a single-digit game at halftime and then single-digit game into the fourth quarter, like 6-9 or something like that. It could be that, or it could be 45-4 or 45-6, I should say. 40. I was going to say not 2 safeties, but like 45-6. It could also be that with Buffalo just coming out and just destroying.
I feel very strongly that this game will be like 6-3 heading into the fourth quarter.
It feels like it, doesn't it? It feels like a Thursday
really
night.
Does.
But this is what my concern is, man. Every time we think Thursday Night Football, we figured it out. It throws another wrinkle that this game will be like 63-70. Like, how is this happening?
Yeah, I look. What's the spread in this one?
5.5, I believe. 5.5.
I'm taking the Texans to cover the 5.5.
All right. Well,
I am.
I don't like that at all. I don't like that.
Hey, the way that my picks have been going this year, I for your sake, I should probably pick the Bills.
4.5. It's down to 4.5 now.
Change
in the time we were talking. It has dropped down to 4.5 now. So it's a big piece for the Texans to see if they're going to be able to pull it off as if they walk into this place on Saturday. I'm our Saturday phone tonight. I'm excited for it though, because this does feel like a huge turning point in the Texans season of you just got back to 500. You're kind of bouncing back the same way the Ravens is right now, where the Ravens are kind of bouncing back and feeling good about themselves. You're like, all right, we're kind of bouncing back to be back in a playoff hunt in a division that normally you wouldn't think, oh, we got to fight in this division because there isn't a Colts team that's just playing great football right now. But you're in that, and you were able to beat the Jags again. So once you beat the Jags, you feel pretty good about that because that's one of those division games. You beat the Jags twice once this season. You lost to them early this season. You beat them the second time. So you feel good about splitting the series with them. But going to be a rough one. Going to be a rough one tonight. It is Thursday Night Football. It shouldn't exist anymore. I don't know anyone who is not profiting off of Thursday Night Football who wants there to be Thursday Night Football, at least for pros.
Yeah. Amazon probably wants it, but that's about all I can think of. I'm sure
Amazon sure as hell don't care about anybody's well-being. I don't think anybody has claimed that Amazon is the altruistic people who are coming out and really helping out when we hear the stories about them not allowing their warehouse workers piss breaks. I'm sure that they're
and yet we still use them multiple times a day, every day.
And I'll be watching them tonight. I am excited. Yeah. I think so. Do you ever watch this? Do you ever watch the Prime Vision view, Matt?
I haven't watched a Thursday Night Football game all season long.
Okay. So if you do turn it on, you don't have to, but if you turn it on, there's a thing you can go to for Prime Vision, and you just check that out. It's a cool, different way to watch the game. It's basically an all 22 in game, and they'll light up players the wide receivers, tell you where the wide receivers are. Apparently, they have a new thing called a pressure graphic, where it's basically a green circle around the quarterback, and when pressure starts to come, where that area is will turn yellow and then red to give you a better idea of the pressure. So they do have cool analytics thing that they do in real time with Thursday Night Football. So I'm for it on that. But outside of that, no. I want this. I want the Prime Vision on every game. I want this for every game I watch, but I also don't want it on Thursday. I'd prefer this on a Sunday, please.
Yeah, they should do that for every NFL game is what they should do.
Yeah. They do the all 22 and the Prime. It's a better way to watch the game a lot of times. We only have one.
You know what I would really like to see, Patrick? Sorry to interrupt.
No, you're good.
I would like to see them do that with the top SEC games every week. Have that as instead of that stupid sky cam thing that they did for Texas Vanderbilt, for example. So then people can really see how much Arch Manning gets pressured every game.
Oh, it would be nice. It would be nice to see. By the way, I do want to state again, I have a new hatred for the portal after this week. Then my new hatred for the portal is that now anytime a player plays bad, they're like, should have went out and got him in the portal. And you're like, that's not how this works. You can't just keep saying everybody should have. We should have got 3 more linemen and a running back and 2 linebackers and 3 DBs and a safety and 2 more wide receivers and another quarterback probably all in the portal. Like, well, that you can't get all of that. It's not just a grab bag and you just go get them and then they're all good. It's not how it works.
I mean, look at Oklahoma with Jaden Ott. That was their big money thing this offseason. And
him and John Mateer were the big ones.
Yeah, he's been dookie.
We also do get Spurs Hawks tonight. But Spurs dealing with some injuries right now. They got to win the other night. De'Aaron Fox leading the way. People are a little worried about. People are freaking out about Wemby again because it's a calf injury, and those are one of those injuries. You're just like, God, could you just have like a normal injury that we know the time to heal on Wemby? I know you're the alien, but every time he's just getting injuries where every Spurs fan has to go, well, I mean, it could be 2 weeks. It could be the season. We genuinely don't know. Calf injuries are weird. So hopefully that he'll be back soon. Steph Castle back soon. And then Dylan Harper back soon. So basically you have 2 rookies of the year and a guy who's potentially could be in that conversation depending on what happens this season, was playing good basketball before he got injured. And Dylan Harper, the number 2 overall pick. You're missing all of those guys right now. So you hope to get those back soon. And Joe, we got to play. Arch wants to play.
Why would you not play him against Arkansas? That makes absolutely no sense.
It's because he's getting beat up because he's getting pressured too much. I get the concept. I think he was joking more than he was being serious here. I'm going to give Joe the benefit of the doubt on that one.
Yeah, okay, I understand that. But that kid needs as many reps as he can possibly get.
That is very true. He needs all of the reps he can get because he needs to be better for next season. He needs to be the leader of this team going into next season. There needs to be some change. He's going to have to call Quinn. He's got to call Bijan. He's got to call all those dudes and be like, hey, what did I do wrong? Like getting things right. What y'all were running the offseason workouts. What did I do wrong? Here's what I did. What do we got to fix? He's got to call those guys over the break. Let's hit our meathead of the day here, Matt. He is a meathead of the day regular at this point. It's the worst TV show on the worst network.
This kid, he can run it, he's tough, he's poised, and he's absolutely dynamic in the pass game. And this team under Mike Vrabel can win the AFC Championship.
He's also a liar. He's also a liar. First of all, let me tell you, it's not to brag. Listen, Pardon the Interruption is the #1 show on ESPN spanning 20-plus decades. First Take is the #1 morning show, 13 years and counting. April will be 14 years. Don't tell me you an athlete and you don't know that. Don't tell me you an athlete and you don't know that Cam Newton ain't on the show. You're lying. That's #1.
So there's Stephen A. Smith saying, guys, I can't believe we're the #1 show, a sports show in the morning. So why would you not know us? I'll tell you, Stephen, I don't watch your show. It's not sports. It belongs on E! Entertainment. It's not a sports show. It's a hot take show by a bunch of dudes trying to get on social media. It really isn't a sports show. There's no meaningful discussion on it almost ever. It's a morning zoo of a show. I didn't know Cam Newton was on that show other than the clips I see of it. I didn't know that because I don't watch it. And I cover sports every day. I watch sports every day of my life. I watch sports. And I don't watch you. It happens.
Nobody watches ESPN other than like extreme casuals. Like I watched.
Shots fired.
Well, I mean,
I'm not going to say it because I think there's people that watch ESPN that I'm not going to call extreme casuals, but I know what you mean.
Like people who want to know serious news about sports don't watch First Take because it's just two blowhards yelling at each other about, and clout chasing and
4 or 5 blowhards now.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's just a couple of idiots yelling idiot things at each other. I bet you $1 million that Drake May has not watched a single episode of First Take since
ever.
Probably since Skip Bayless was on there when he was like in high school.
I mean, but you're in high school. Are you watching morning sports radio when you were in high school, or morning sports TV when you were in high? I wasn't. I was watching whatever my parents had on, and then I went to school.
Yeah, that's probably true. Yeah, so like
I
maybe he hasn't watched it ever. It wouldn't surprise me.
When I was in high school, I wasn't. Now, granted, he is a professional athlete, so maybe his family was a little bit more on the sports trend than my parents were, who enjoyed sports, but were not necessarily like, this is your life. You have to watch this. Yeah. But I find it hard to believe. I just love, we've been doing this for 13. Like, why does that, Steven? No one cares. You and your network have done more to make sports worse in the last 15 years than a lot of other things in the world. Like ESPN and First Take and Stephen A. Smith has done more to be negative and made the sports environment a worse place than the transfer portal, than NIL, than scandals, Deflategate, or anything. Like all those scandals and everything, they didn't make the sports world less enjoyable. But Stephen A. Smith and ESPN have definitely done that.
Yeah, all they talk about is the Lakers and the Cowboys.
Yeah. No, it's they have the same schedule every time. They buy away all the rights to things, and so they take inside the NBA, but then they make inside the NBA weird, and they don't fire Shaq, which you should have fired Shaq. I cannot stand Shaq on that show. It's I don't get what people seeing him. Again, he is the ESPN of that show to me. Like guys who can actually talk ball, and then I go, oh, I think that guy's no good at basketball because he don't dunk enough. Thanks, Shaq.
Well, when I played, I would have bullied that guy. He can't bully that guy, so he sucks ass. That's Shaq's analysis in a nutshell.
Terrible. All right, we don't want to be negative on the way out. Chan on the text side says, can we count on Sark to run the ball at least 20 times or more if Arkansas D is porous? I don't think we can count on it. I'm hoping that he will run the ball 20 times or more because Texas will have a lead, and then he will just want to run the football more and more. Because once he has a lead, he runs the football more. He does not run the football when they're behind. He just doesn't.
I would hope that I see 13 carries from Trey Wisner and 12 carries from CJ Baxter. That's what I really want to see.
You know what I want to see? I want to see 10 carries from Trey Wisner. I want to see 8 carries from CJ Baxter. I want to see 4 carries from Christian Clark. See 2 carries from James. I want to see everybody play because we're up by 50. I want to see the walk-ons get some carries in this game. That's what I really want to see. I don't think it's going to happen. And believe me, maybe after Vanderbilt, they're going to be like, guys, I don't care. We're up by 68 right now with 2 seconds left. You ain't getting in the game. We gotta make sure this lead is safe, because this is the last chance for anybody who's been a walk-on for this season to play at DKR, because you ain't playing next week.
Probably not, unless you get up 30-3 at the end of the first half.
Oh, I don't think.
Texas isn't safe at 30-3 at the end of the first half.
No, but they're better than South Carolina. We can give them that. All right, we got to get out of here. Hope rooting for the Texans tonight, but we'll be back to break down that game and, of course, get you ready for the weekend. The big Texas-Arkansas. The rivalry's real, Matt. The big matchup is happening. Rivalry game this Saturday. We'll get you more ready for that and get you ready for the weekend. Our picks, all the good stuff. But until then, be kind, be safe, keep your underwear clean. We'll see you right back here tomorrow for more from Open Gym.